A lot of action over the weekend. A crazy night last night in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Winnipeg Jets and the St. Louis Blues. Game 7. Winnipeg was down 2 with 2 minutes to go. They come back to tie it, including the latest game-tying goal in Game 7 history. Just over 1 second to play. Winnipeg ties it at home, and then they win it in double overtime. The Jets are moving on to the next round. The next round, which, by the way, gets rolling tonight. Maple Leafs and Panthers will face off at 8 o'clock. There were 2 games in the NBA playoffs last night. Game 7, Warriors take it over the Rockets by 14 points. Golden State moves on. The Pacers beat the Cavaliers in Game 1 of their second round series. Tonight in the NBA, starting with action at 7, the Knicks and the Celtics, Game 1, and then Nuggets and Thunder, Game 1, is at 9:30. Sovereignty wins the Kentucky Derby as not the favorite, but at 7-1 in the betting odds. The NFL Draft, we have our next location, 2027. The Washington Post reporting late last night that Washington, D.C. will host the 2027 NFL Draft, and it will be on the National Mall. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
A new week begins. Big time drama over the weekend. Games 7, all that good stuff. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. 70 today. Shorts report. I went shorts.
No, I went short sleeves, but I didn't go shorts. No. I'm sure I'll change into shorts later today once it gets up around 70.
Else? Josh?
This is my first time I'm able to wear shorts in the last 3 days because hiking is not recommended for that. And the weather was not good at all.
You were looking for long pants for protection from the elements.
Rain pants, probably even.
It wouldn't have mattered.
Wouldn't have mattered?
A washout.
Oh, interesting.
It was.
He went backpacking. We'll get the recap on that. Owen put the pads on for the first time in forever.
Is he wearing the pads right now?
Were you?
No, I should have worn them in.
You should have worn the pads in.
You played for Josh's hockey team in prep for the 11-day power play. Were you wheeled in here on a dolly? Were you able to walk in?
I had to barrel roll up the stairs, which I didn't know was possible, but, we got in here.
Nice. All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the show. Here we go. Jeremy and Joe. Did you watch a bunch of hockey over the weekend? Did you watch Winnipeg, St. Louis? Because that was the dramatic stuff, right?
It was awesome.
Juicy.
It was awesome. Confession to make. 3-1 with like 2.5 minutes left. I might have turned the basketball game on and barely got in time to realize that they were down 1, and I just saw the last goal. Which was awesome, and then the reaction was awesome, and I would have been very mad if I had missed the 1 second. But
that's 2 Game 7s this weekend where a team trailing by 2 at home won?
Yeah.
Because Dallas did it also.
Yeah, there was more time for them.
Sure, but they're down 2 goals in the third.
Yeah, and Rantanen scoring for them against the team that, didn't want to pay him and got traded earlier in the offseason. He ends their year.
Yeah, all-time revenge game, the new standard in revenge games.
Yep.
So, lots, incredible scenes.
The Winnipeg one, though, is just like, how could you watch that and not just be so jealous? Like, of moments like that. That is... I mean, they probably aren't going to win the Cup this year. I mean, Hellebuck looks like there's no chance he'll get them through 3 more rounds right now. We could talk about him. But if you're a Winnipeg fan, like, that night is going to be ingrained in your brain for the rest of your life as one of the greatest moments of your life. That's why you want a team back. They wanted a team back for 20 years, and that's probably the best night they've ever had as a Winnipeg Jets fan.
It is.
It's hard to top.
One of those nights where you have an all-time moment for your franchise, and you might get knocked out in the next round, but that's kind of the point about how it doesn't really matter. It gets back to the question last week when Chopin Bulldog asked, are you more frustrated or grateful? Like, nights like that are the whole reason you're good.
Yeah.
You might not win the Cup, but now, were you at the game where they scored with 1.6 to go in Game 7 at home? The Sabres have only played in how many games? They've only won. They've won Game 7.
They've won 1 Game 7, I believe.
And they've not played in very many Game 7s. Of course, they lost to Philadelphia in the last one they played.
Yeah. I believe they have...
Carolina.
Wikipedia actually has this broken down by team and by record for all time. The Sabres' record is 1-6 in Game 7s.
Only 7 Game 7s in franchise history.
Right, so Winnipeg 2, I should say, passed the Sabres yesterday in Game 7 wins.
Yeah.
This is the second iteration of the Jets. Yeah, and they weren't even in existence. They were the Atlanta Thrashers
for a long time.
The last time we had a playoff game. But I just the scene and the crowd, especially like outside the arena. I did say I had a buddy in one of my group chats text, that's one of the greatest goals in playoff history. Like, NHL playoff history, that's one of the greatest goals ever. It's the latest Game 7 game-tying goal ever. And my response was, they've got to win it. If they don't win this game, that no one will ever remember it. And my evidence was, because he did not know this, he did not remember this goal. I'm like,
I know what you're going to say.
Do you remember Briere against Ottawa in Game 2?
Game 2 against Ottawa, yeah.
He's like, what? And I put the video clip in there, and I had a couple of friends like, I didn't even know that goal existed.
Yeah.
Everyone's going nuts.
5 seconds left?
5.6 seconds.
5.6 seconds left, Briere against Ottawa Game 2.
To tie it.
And they lost on a Joe Corvo shot from the point or something.
Right.
Or that might have been Game 1. Because they lost.
I don't even remember.
They lost all the games by a goal.
Right.
It was like the opposite of the series from the year before.
Right. So I'm like, they got to win it, and then they won it.
Well, good.
Double overtime. So now I think maybe you could say it. It's one of the greatest NHL playoff goals ever. It was the latest Game 7 tire ever.
Pretty great for Winnipeg. Double overtime. I mean, there's sudden death hockey in terms of how intense and nervous you could be. And then there's sudden death hockey when your goalie is a head case. And they made it through into a second overtime with Hellebuck, who has been, how can you say it as kindly as you possibly could? His goals saved under expected. I didn't even say above expected because it's such a minus. He has given up 10 more goals than he should in one series. It's money.
They should have won this in 5.
Money Puck has it at a minus 10.
That's unbelievable.
Goals saved above expected for Hellebuck.
I mean, he is the rare multi-Vezina winner that I was expecting to let a softie in when you got to overtime.
Yes.
I was expecting that game to end after coming back to tie it. Like, I think you texted this in our group chat. Like, just giving that tying goal was just to give him an opportunity to let in an easy one. He didn't. He got through.
I feel great for him because, I mean, they didn't lose a first-round series as one of the best teams in hockey because of him. They win. They win in 7, and they survive. And, maybe don't let him get hot. His save percentage in the playoffs, .815.
That was going into Game 7. ESPN just put it on the thing.
And sure enough, he gives up 2 early, and it's, get him out. You got to pull him.
Yeah.
They
didn't.
Well, no, they didn't. Which is kind of incredible. What is he doing? He's
I don't know. He's floundering around on the first one. The second one, which we're watching right now on the highlight, it's just a wrist shot from
far away.
Yeah.
I had the thought, and I didn't tweet this because I didn't want people to think I was taking a shot at hockey, but the thought it was, if hockey were a bigger sport in our country, Hellebuck would be nonstop conversation. Like,
can
you imagine an NBA player? LeBron goes to the playoffs, and that's not even that far off because Hellebuck's the best goaltender. So, whatever. Curry goes to the playoffs and is 0 for 30 from 3.
Yeah.
Which he's had bad games. Even that doesn't drive home exactly what has happened.
Yeah, no, because this would be bad series on top of bad seasons in the playoffs.
Yes.
stacked up on each other. Oh, it would be half of First Take every morning for the last week if hockey was a bigger sport. Hellebuck.
Yeah.
It'd be Rory.
Yeah, but Rory has won other things.
He's won the Vezina, and he's won regular season titles and division titles.
Because Rory, when he would lose majors, would lose by a goal or whatever, lose by a shot.
Yeah.
So it'd be a save percentage, which is still good, but he loses in the end. 815 is go to the ECHL. Go. Sorry, bud, you're cut.
Yeah, you're not good enough for the AHL.
Like 815.
Yeah.
Man. Owen, watching Hellebuck last night, come on. I mean, it's uncomfortable to watch the Winnipeg Jets when they're doing that.
Yeah, it's. I talked to you about this yesterday, and I've been laying awake at night thinking about this. Like, he is such a force in the regular season, and it all just disappears for him in the playoffs. It's some sort of mental block. I texted in our group chat last night. It's the closest thing I've ever seen to the yips in hockey.
Yeah.
It really is. And the thing I thought about that I kind of settled in on last night and, kind of let me work with this here is like, I think of confidence in a lot of ways as a gas tank for goaltenders. And you don't want to run out of gas, run out of confidence, and end up feeling like you're running on empty, right? But you never want to get that gas tank too full because then you're running heavy and you're going to be slow, right? So there's a balance to find there. And I think Hellebuck had been, for so long, running on full bore and just chugging along that when now it gets into that playoffs and he's had this history of struggling and not performing that well, and it's kind of built and gotten worse and worse every year. I think no matter what happens in the regular season, your tank drains going into playoffs, and then you got to build it back up.
Yeah, well,
and the struggle there is you're living and dying by every save, every shot, every play, and every positive play that you make is depositing. You got $5 in the gas tank. All right, I can make it another 2 miles here. Here we go, and then you give one up, and that because you don't have anything to go on, it hurts that much more.
And isn't the guy on the other side the complete opposite of this?
100%.
Isn't Binnington like, he's pretty good in the the season. He's had some bad years too. But, right, the big game. I mean, they were the two goalies in the Four Nations final. And who made, was it 3 unbelievable saves on Matthews in overtime to keep that thing alive? It was Binnington. So, I mean, he lets in a tip goal eventually. I wouldn't say that was like the softest goal he ever let.
No.
I mean, it's such a... There's at such a different
polar opposite.
Yeah, they're just couldn't be more different. The two of them, both, and that's not only in that way in confidence, but it also goes right back to their games.
Yeah,
you watch Binnington play, and it's aggressive, and everything's kind of it almost looks scary when he's playing. Whereas Hellebuck is so just buttoned up and tight and just moving around. He doesn't get out of his crease. But we saw that change last night. And when you're running on that empty confidence tank like that, I think you saw, especially me as like studying the game this much, you see him in that overtime, in the first overtime. He had that big slap shot save early. You see he's like a foot out of his crease. And for Connor Hellebuck, that's like completely uncharted territory. And that is just, I don't trust my game right now. I know I can get out here. I'm just going to get out and let this puck hit me. Because my hands and my mind are not where I want them to be. I've got to compensate for something here. And I have a lot of respect for that move because it would be easy to just go, I play this way. This is how I've always played. I'm not going to waver off of this. And he adjusted and played great in both overtimes, and they get it done. And I think he deserves some props for recognizing and being self-aware in his own game. I can't play deep with passive hands like I always have. I've got to make an adjustment here.
Well, that might all be true and accurate, and game 1, Softy goes in next round. See it.
Exactly. Like, that tank, there's a hole in the tank.
Yeah, like you rebuild yourself to get through the double overtime.
Yeah. Should I be disappointed that he's less likely to get run out of town now?
If he was likely at all to get run out of town.
I mean,
and
what were you supposed to do if you were Winnipeg?
What did you want? You wanted the joke where the Sabres can trade for a goalie bad in the playoffs because they don't make the playoffs? You wanted that joke?
Hey, we could have fired
you wanted
back
that joke
up
for months.
Didn't? Yeah, maybe. Did we have this conversation or this debate a couple years ago whether we would trade Levi for Hellebuck straight up?
We did.
And a lot of people said they wouldn't do that.
That's right.
How many people would have said that last night if they had lost?
That's a good question.
Not enough is the question.
That's right.
I would say not enough.
Well,
no,
I mean, hey,
don't feel as able to have that discussion this morning.
A question I have about Winnipeg and this win for them. They win in 7 games and incredible moments. Do they have a goal horn? The highlight is missing a horn.
I didn't hear it. Just on the last goal or on the note of the
game
ones?
7? I mean, maybe it's on purpose. Maybe it's broken. I mean, I felt like I watched a highlight that was missing a goal horn. Does this have it? Can you hear it? Is it low? Was it late?
Is the crowd so loud that it comes over top of it?
I was wondering. Go ahead. Maybe I just watched the one that was missing it.
It was Thomas as Kalani desperate to get it. Under 10 seconds to go. The Jets with an opportunity. Eagles. Misfires. Passes across the side.
It's low. It's low,
You can almost not hear it. It's so loud in there, you can almost not hear it. All right.
They must maybe they just don't have it turned up very high.
And that's not the TNT broadcast. That's the Jets. That's the Jets TV. Sportsnet, yeah. Because I think TNT might have it even lower. Kenny Albert's on the call, I believe, for the Game 7 win.
Does the arena just have it that low?
I don't know.
I mean,
or is it just that loud?
I would rather have the fill of crowd noise in it with just a lower goal horn rather than, you can't even hear the crowd going crazy because it's just bland, like over the top.
Yeah, I like a good loud horn.
No, I'd rather.
I like a good loud horn. I miss the
siren.
Loud
horn is for the crowds or for the arenas that don't have any crowd in it.
Nah, I think that's nonsense. The Sabres back in the day had a horn and a siren, and it was loud in there.
I do miss the siren.
The siren was pretty cool.
I miss the siren with the smoke coming out of the jumbotron a lot.
But how could you not think of?
How long ago did that stop?
The siren?
No, the smoke. Well, the siren definitely stopped immediately after 2006, didn't it?
It all stopped when Let Me Clear My Throat showed up. That's pretty much how, that's pretty much how it worked. That era.
Yeah.
Did it get you thinking about the Drury goal? Of course. The greatest, that's the best moment in the arena, and the second best one to that one would be, back in what?
No, for me, that's the only one to compare it to, really. Right? Like the Briere one, but again, no one remembers the Briere one because they lost.
Well, there's Briere against the Flyers. Right, there's the goal that wins it, and then there's the goal that saves you from certain defeat.
Yeah.
Which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, because I'm thinking of, the late game tying goal. And even though Drury's goal was late, 7 seconds left, they weren't, season's over if he doesn't score.
No, they go down to New York down 3-2.
Yeah, and maybe you feel like they would be over, but it wouldn't be. You'd have a chance. And that is Winnipeg's season ends in 1.6 seconds if that goal doesn't find the back of the net. So I've got the Drury goal, but I don't have anything on that level. In a Game 7 especially. I can't remember anything close to it here.
And Winnipeg, with 116 points on the season, the number 1 team in the NHL.
Right.
The Blues had 96.
Right. It's almost like they saved more than just their season. They saved, an identity, almost, because 116 points. I bet there were a lot of people who's but they're Winnipeg. They're Winnipeg. Power play and goaltending, and, they've been the same team for... Feels like they've been the same team for 7 years, and it's largely the same core. They have a couple differences. Perfetti, who you saw score the goal yesterday, he's a difference, but it's still Scheifele, and it's still a lot of these same guys. Ehlers is still there after being on the trade market 10 years ago.
One thing they saved was the President's Trophy being bad. Because had they been knocked out in the first round, it would have been another loss and another next year. Look at what teams that win the President's Trophy do, 116 points. Congratulations. Nobody really cares.
Right.
So they saved that narrative that winning that is bad and being a good team is bad. But, man, scenes.
Yeah, 4 of their last 6 playoff appearances before last night, they lost in the first round. So... They've been one of these teams that can't get that far, even though they make it almost every single year. It's their 4th straight year making it. So I think they saved a lot last night with that goal.
One thing, if I could relate this to the Bills, when you watch all these other leagues and storylines, like the Bills have had the same fate for a few seasons now, whether it's divisional round or the AFC Championship game. It kind of drives home that it is just an elimination. Here's Winnipeg, almost the best team in hockey, out in the first round. And that's never happened to the Bills, where they've done that, where they've lost their first playoff game as the better team. That's never happened to them. So they're always on the road when they ultimately fall short, except against the Chiefs that one year. But NBA too. Hey, Rockets, great season. You got a bad matchup against the Warriors. You're out. Thanks for coming. It is hard to win. It's hard to be the last team standing. And, man, like the stakes and the things that get said about your team, the things that get said about you along the way when you lose, it starts to rewrite everything you believed about them. And, whether that happens with the Bills at some point, we all believe in Allen. Building their receiver core last week was a big conversation, and Bean's got points about that, how that can succeed, and now the focus is back on McDermott. I had somebody write to me on Twitter yesterday when I posted about Hellebuck say, it's the Bills' defense in the playoffs. That's Hellebuck. Yeah. He's one of the best, and then get him in the playoffs, and it's not the same. And that point for the Bills' defense, it's not, I don't know, there are reasons, right? There have been injuries. There have been a couple things along the way, whether it's Benford gets hurt last year or no linebackers the year before. But they've had an important injury in pretty much every play. You could say about, like, this doesn't happen often, but you could say about almost every playoff matchup, well, it might have turned out differently if they had blank. Right.
You could even say that 13-second game, you could say, well, if they had Tre'Davious White.
You could say that about the 13-second game.
You're not going to get very far.
You could also say if the Chiefs didn't lose their starting safety, maybe Gabe doesn't go for 200.
Exactly, which is why the excuse making can only go so far. Right. I think maybe the most real one is when they had to play A.J. Klein at linebacker because they were out of linebackers. Maybe. And last year, it's Benford goes out and Elam comes in, and he's playing scared the whole day.
Along the way, right? Like I guess it all depends how far you want to go on the injury conversation because. I don't want to go like. If you want to go to Benford last year, I'm sure a Ravens fan could say we didn't have Zay Flowers.
All right,
they didn't have Zay Flowers in the divisional round.
Forgot about that.
That's right. Zay Flowers did not play.
Forgot they didn't have Zay Flowers,
would have been potentially something that could have made a difference. So yeah, I mean, everybody's got injuries. You want to give grace to it at some point, but how far do you go? Losing Benford was huge. I mean, he got hurt in the Raven game and came back, and we wondered if he could play, and it looked like he can't. So, and that's a huge loss.
Who would be the Hellebuck then? Would that be McDermott?
I don't know.
Because Hellebuck, though, there isn't. This is where the comparison is a little different because Hellebuck, it is like a clear mental thing that is happening with him. Like, your best player gets to the playoffs and he's just cracking. That would be more like if Allen was showing up to the playoffs and was throwing like 10 interceptions.
Right. That's
which is the opposite of what happened with him.
Which Lamar had that for a little while. I don't think that really sits with him. It's definitely not the Hellebuck level. I mean, Lamar in the playoffs.
It's not to that degree.
Not at all. Not at all. But again, Hellebuck wins. So he kind of gets to rewrite history starting in round 2 here. If they can,
or he
get better results, or he could just melt down more.
I was going to say, his save percentage could dip down into the 700s, and then it might be even worse.
Yep. 803-0550. All right, coming up on the show today, plenty to get to. We'll talk with Paul Hamilton. Tage Thompson scored a bunch of goals for Team USA. Tage is, I don't know if he's the first ever to do this. He's on a revenge tour against America. And scoring goals
while wearing
the
Team USA jersey.
That's right, because he did not go to the Olympics, did not go to the Four Nations, and he's on a revenge tour. Scored a bunch of goals for Team USA in a game against Germany.
Yeah,
we'll talk to Paul about that. We'll get a preview also on Rochester and Devin Levi on their next series as they move forward through this Calder Cup playoffs. We'll talk with Carl Jones about the Bills and their offseason. And we'll dig into that a little bit as well. Now that the offseason is kind of over, they have 89 rostered players, space for 2 more. They can go to 91 because of that International Pathways program. So Carl Jones on the Bills and Sal at 8:30 to recap the Micah Hyde charity softball game, which always is a good time. Looked like everybody had a good time there, despite the weather, which wasn't a total washout. A little wet. Little damp, little cold, but the Micah Hyde charity softball game got in, and we'll get Sal's full recap of that. So that's what's on the docket for today. I've got a couple of things to get to. The stats of the day, we've got incredible stats of the day, whether it's Peter DeBoer or Secretariat. Both of them had, over the weekend, stats that to me were incredible. So plenty to get to on this Monday morning. High of 70 today. It's going to be maybe a little overcast, little rain in the afternoon.
Some rain, yeah.
Rain in the afternoon, but temps up to about 70 degrees. So join us if you will, 803-0550. Hopefully you won on the Derby, enjoyed yourself the weekend. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Yo, you know, my name might have been Jerry if my dad had his choice.
Really?
Yeah. He wanted Jerome, and my mom wanted...
All right.
There we go. Why not?
Yeah, I've got something on this too, so go ahead.
He wanted Jerome, and I think my mom wanted Jeremiah. And they're like, all right, well, Jeremy. That's how it came to be. He wanted Jerome. So I was almost a Jerry.
Almost Jerome.
Almost.
Yeah, Jerome goes to Jerry every time, right?
I was almost a Jerry.
Okay.
And my mom called me Jeremiah all the time, no matter what. Whenever she's mad at me, not only mad, but she called me Jeremiah a lot. But the tone that was used on Monday would have been a Jeremiah kind of tone at me.
Okay.
That would have been a Jeremiah if GM wants to use that next time.
Yeah.
Jeremiah.
If my dad had his way, at least this is how it's been told to me, my first name would be Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno. Yeah.
I like it. What's wrong with Bruno? We don't talk about Bruno. There we go.
I don't know. I'm glad. I'm good with Joe.
You don't want to be a Bruno?
I'm good with Joe. No, not necessarily.
Well, if your name was Bruno, your life would have changed when Encanto came out, the way that my life changed when Pearl Jam's Jeremy came out. And I saw that video. I thought, well, this is now people are going to say this to me for the rest of my life.
Winnipeg one, though, is just like, how could you watch that and not just be so jealous? Like, of moments like that. That is, I mean, they probably aren't going to win the cup this year. I mean, Hellebuck looks like there's no chance he'll get them through 3 more rounds right now. We could talk about him. But if you're a Winnipeg fan, like, that night is going to be ingrained in your brain for the rest of your life as one of the greatest moments of your life. That's why you want a team back. They wanted a team back for 20 years, and that's probably the best night they've ever had as a Winnipeg Jets fan.
It's hard to top. One of those nights where you have an all-time moment for your franchise, and you might get knocked out in the next round, but that's kind of the point about how it doesn't really matter. It gets back to the question last week when Chopin Bulldog asked, are you more frustrated or grateful? Like, nights like that are the whole reason you're good. Yeah. You might not win the cup, but now, were you at the game where they scored with 1.6 to go in Game 7 at home? The Sabres have only played in how many games? They've only won. They've won Game 7.
They've won 1 Game 7, I believe.
And they've not played in very many Game 7s. Of course, they lost to Philadelphia in the last one they played.
Yeah. I believe they have...
Carolina.
Wikipedia actually has this broken down by team and by record for all time. The Sabres' record is 1-6 in Game 7s.
Only 7 Game 7s in franchise history.
Right, so Winnipeg 2... I should say, passed the Sabres yesterday in Game 7 wins.
Yeah.
This is the second iteration of the Jets. And they weren't even existent. They were the Atlanta Thrashers
for a long time.
The last time we had a playoff game. But I just... The scene and the crowd, especially like outside the arena. I did say I had a buddy in one of my group chats text, that's one of the greatest goals in playoff history. Like, NHL playoff history, that's one of the greatest goals ever. It's the latest Game 7 game-tying goal ever. And my response was, they've got to win it. If they don't win this game, then no one will ever remember it. And my evidence was, because he did not know this, he did not remember this goal. I'm like,
I know what you're going to say.
Do you remember Briere against Ottawa in Game 2?
Game 2 against Ottawa, yeah.
He's like, what? And I put the video clip in there, and I had a couple of friends like, I didn't even know that goal existed.
Yeah.
A lot of playoff action over the weekend, starting with the Buffalo Bandits. They win again and are headed to the NLL Finals. They are 2 wins away from a 3rd straight NLL championship. More details on that at WGR550.com. The Winnipeg Jets last night tied it up with just over 1 second to play in Game 7 at home against the St. Louis Blues and then go on to win in double overtime. Adam Lowry scoring the winner. Tonight, Panthers and Leafs kicking off the round 2. That will get going with puck drop at 8 o'clock, for Panthers and Leafs. In the NBA, the Warriors win last night over the Rockets to advance. That was a Game 7 they won in Houston. Sovereignty wins the Kentucky Derby. And tonight is the NHL Draft Lottery. The Sabres have 6.5% chance at picking number 1, 6.7% at number 2. They're more likely to pick 7th or 8th. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Looking for the tip, it's a pass. Kyle Connor, Pionk wants it, he gets it. Pionk shoots, tip, they score! Game over, series over! And the hero is Adam Lowry!
The Winnipeg Jets beat the Blues in 7 games. They score in regulation with 1.6 seconds left to go, the latest the Game 7 equalizer had ever been scored. They win it in the second overtime. The Bandits win over the weekend as well. They'll be home for the start of the NLL Finals. They're going to go back-to-back-to-back.
3-peat.
Yeah.
Although you can't say that. You got to get Pat Riley's permission.
That's right.
So stupid.
We're going to call it a...
yeah, we're going to get a new name for it. A triple something.
I don't know.
Well, I think of that, by the way. Pionk, who you heard on the call there, who had the assist, that was his 3rd assist of the night, played 46 minutes last night, led the whole game in ice time. Not that he's somebody you would get that excited about, but he's the number 1 right shot defenseman in free agency.
There you go.
If you want to go overpay a defenseman, Buffalo, Kevin Adams.
Yes,
there you go.
I would like to overpay a defenseman. Should I want them to root? I mean, of course, the answer to this is yes. Like, win the lottery tonight? Draft lottery tonight?
Well, I've seen this take out there.
No,
if you want them to trade the pick.
For what?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But you're not. They won't trade it if they're number 1, because nobody ever trades.
Go ahead
the number 1
and
pick.
win the lottery, and then instead of trading the pick, trade a player.
Right.
Maybe if you win the lottery, you trade just the first name that came to mind here, and you don't go for me on this, but Peterka, because you won the lottery. Like, well, all right, maybe who can we sell high on and make our team better in a different way? I don't want them to trade Peterka, but anyway.
Sure, no.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. The NFL announcing that Washington will host the 2027 draft. Axios reporting that. So the timeline is Pittsburgh next, and that's going to be at, is it North Shore Park? Something like that. North Shore Point Park, something. Hold on, I'll find the exact words for that on what it is. But Pittsburgh's hosting the draft, and then Washington at the National Mall.
Yeah.
And then the Bills are on the clock in terms of having applied for it. So the Bills applied for, are formally going to apply for 2028 or 2029 to host the draft. The stadium will be open. As we've seen, it probably won't be in the stadium. The draft is outside. Is it going to be in a parking lot? Is the Bills' best idea a parking lot and a tailgate kind of draft? They have lots of room for that.
Yeah.
That's what Green Bay was. Green Bay was outside the stadium in a gussied-up parking lot.
Are they going to put it in the parking lot outside the new stadium, we're saying?
Well, they would have to. I mean,
because the old stadium will probably be down by then.
It'll be gone. There will be room for that. So if over there there's space, I think we're looking at. I mean, you could say Outer Harbor, downtown. You could shoot for any number of things you want to shoot for, but Green Bay just did it next to the stadium outside.
Dallas, when they did it years ago, what was it, 6-7 years ago, they did do it inside their stadium. So it's been done, but you are, I think, capping how many people then can attend, because
and Dallas is a bigger stadium.
It is, right?
It feels
holds
like
100-something thousand, and you're obviously blocking off, because the stage's got to go somewhere. You're blocking off like a concert, like you're blocking off a quarter of the stadium, probably.
And it feels like the event itself has gotten bigger.
Right.
So
right.
I don't know how many places would put it in a stadium. I don't think the Bills would. I mean, that stadium, the new stadium is going to be, 62,000? And that seems really small for a draft, which the numbers of the draft are constantly pointing that, it's 100,000 people come in every single day and come to the draft. So I don't know, but they're on the clock, because now that 2026, I mean, we knew that one was awarded. Now that 2027 was awarded, 2028 is next up. National Mall for Washington, right there by the Washington Monument.
Yeah.
America's favorite day of the year, the draft.
Yeah, that's an interesting spot. When I saw that, I think that should be pretty cool. Shouldn't they just start doing that? Just put the draft in, like, random, beautiful settings? Remember when the NHL played an outdoor game at Lake Tahoe?
That's right.
Just put the draft in front of, like, a beautiful mountain. Do it in Mount Rushmore.
The Grand Canyon.
Yeah, just start going around national landmarks. Because at this point, if it's just a parking lot, you just need empty space.
That's right. They did Vegas, right? The NFL did Vegas on the Strip.
And they did it on the Strip, yeah. So... yeah, I guess they're not doing it in stadiums anymore.
They did Nashville on Broadway.
Yep. All this after it was just Radio City Music Hall for so many years.
For a long time.
Like until Brady Quinn maybe is the final time that happened. I remember him going up to Roger Goodell's suite because he was so embarrassed when he was out there on the floor for so long.
There's no more green rooms for guys to just sit in forever.
No, not
waiting
really.
For your name to be called. That doesn't happen anymore.
No. They have the lounge area, which is where Max Hairston was, dapping up everybody that was walking by.
That's right.
That's almost the same, a little bit. But you don't have as many, like, embarrassing, this guy's still in the green room moments as you used to. I'll be curious to see what they do, because it does feel like to show off the new stadium, you'll want to be inside the new stadium. But, right, I guess it'll have to be how much are they okay with having in the seats.
Well, by then you
can't have all the seats full, but you have to add in the people that'll be on the field.
You'll also have 2 full seasons in the stadium by the time this draft shows up. 2026 and 2027.
Right.
And the outside will look nice. So you can still kind of show it off if it's going to be in the parking lot. Again, they have to be chosen. They have not won it yet.
No.
They have to win the bid. They've expressed an interest in hosting it. They have to win that bid, which I would expect that they will. I do wonder how much they just went to Green Bay, and Adam Schefter wore a hoodie with his jacket, so it must have been chilly.
Yeah, he didn't do it well, by the way. Did you see it?
I did, but I wonder how the league feels about and how the Bills feel about April. Are we all nervous about that one?
See, that's why I think you'd want to be in the new stadium, because of wind confusion, and you got the overhang, and it's a little drier. Yeah, like if it had been like yesterday. Or this weekend, which isn't even like the worst it could be, but it was rainy the whole time and gray.
Not fun. The draft meets the British Open. Like that's what that would have been if it was this weekend.
Right. I mean, imagine if it was snowing the weekend that the draft happened. Right. You would never
close
hear
up shop.
Never hear the end of it.
803-0550, our number 1-888-550-2550. So, yes, Washington gets the draft in 2027. 2027.
Yep.
And the Bills have formally looked into or asked about 2028 and 2029 to get to the draft. Maybe raise a banner while we're there, Win the Super Bowl.
Yeah. I mean, everyone would love that, I think, to enter into the new stadium with, right?
With a banner?
Sure.
Schedule comes out in 9 days.
Yeah. Yep.
How much of the last year at Highmark? How much of that matters to you? The last year at Highmark?
It does. It does. I mean, it hasn't hit right now, and I don't know how emotional or unemotional I expect to be when it's the last game in the stadium, the last regular season game specifically, because we won't know if it's the final playoff game. We could know it's the final playoff game, I guess, in some instances. I don't know, it's for me how many we're getting more and more amazing moments now. But so it's not as nostalgic, I guess, because they all kind of feel top of mind. All the greatest moments that I can think of experiencing in that stadium. Because for me, I mean, I'm growing up during the drought. So how nostalgic can you get about Leotis McKelvin kick return touchdowns and games where they won 13-10 to go to 5-6. But for someone that lived through the 90s, I bet it'll be and even back to the 70s with OJ. Like I'm sure this will be a very emotional send off.
Part of what you're getting at there also might be, nostalgia is a thing that a team leans into when there's not something better to pay attention to.
Right.
And
which is why the Sabres are basking in it for the last couple of years.
Right. Whereas, if the Bills are throwing nostalgia out there this year for the final year of the stadium, that's all well and good and welcome, but the present day is about as good as it gets.
Right.
Like I'm watching the present day Bills and thinking, yeah, the old times. We had a lot of fun here. Are they going to beat the Eagles? Because they're home against the Eagles this year.
Right.
And they're home against the Bengals this year and the Ravens and the Chiefs.
Right, like the final the final regular season game at the stadium. What if it's for the 1 seed? What would it be more about? It might be more about the send-off of the stadium, but we'll go into that week thinking like, this is the game for the 1 seed. You win and you clinch it. You finally get it over Kansas City. And it's also the final game at the stadium.
Well, it would be superseded 2 weeks later by the game that's in the playoffs.
Also that.
Another part of it, right? If this were a drought era year, we might say, here's the last game of the stadium in January, early January, but the playoffs will make it different.
Right. So I do care, though, about enough that when the schedule comes out in 9 days and the build-up to it, I will care about who their final regular season game is against and who they are going to match up with, because I'm assuming they'll do a lot of their ceremony or, giveaways. I don't know what they have planned for the send-off, but whatever it is, I would expect a lot of that to come in the final regular season game.
Yeah.
They wouldn't wait for the playoffs because it's just a little more uncertain. So I'll be curious to see who they play in that game, and I would expect it's going to be like Miami.
I would expect Miami.
I'd almost be I don't want to say I'd be stunned, but I would expect Miami.
Me too. Close the stadium, Miami in December/January.
Perfect.
A cold weather game against Miami to close the season.
And would they even do that with the rivalry uniforms? No, you don't want to do that. You'd want to wear nostalgia, right?
Would you want
to wear brand new in the last game at the old stadium?
No. That's a fly in the ointment. That rivalry game is going to have to be before then because they're going to want to sell the jerseys.
Okay, so maybe it's not Miami then.
Maybe not.
Because Miami you're going to want to do earlier in the year. If that's Miami.
Right. Are we just assuming the rivalry game is Miami? It could be the Jets, it could be the Patriots, but we just kind of assume it's Miami.
I mean, I think it probably will be, but I guess it doesn't have to be.
Yep.
So at that point, if you've got Miami earlier, then give me New England at home for the final game, I think.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Have some real good stat of the day fodder for you. First off on the hockey. How about last night? This is not the stat of the day. But over the weekend, it's happened 5 times in NHL history that a team has rallied from down 2 in Game 7 to win. Happened 5 times in NHL history and twice this weekend.
Yeah.
Happened 3 times before.
3 times in NHL history, before. Like 100 years of history.
Yep. You take a 2-0.
That should tell you how special this weekend was.
Right, a 2-0 lead. I'll lock that down. It's over.
Right.
Twice this weekend. It wasn't enough.
I mean, for years, I still remember the Bruins doing it to the Leafs. That was a 3-goal deficit, though.
Yeah.
They were down 3 with 5 minutes to go, maybe even less than that. Less than that. And then they win it in overtime. Yeah, that's pretty wild to have that happen twice.
803-0550, our number. We'll chat with Paul, 7:30 on Tage and the Rochester Run. Carl Jones at 8, Sal at 8:30 here on WGR. One thing, if I could relate this to the Bills, when you watch all these other leagues and storylines, like the Bills have had the same fate for a few seasons now, whether it's divisional round or the AFC Championship game.
Uh-huh.
It kind of drives home that it is just in elimination. Here's Winnipeg, almost the best team in hockey, out in the first round. And that's never happened to the Bills, where they've done that, where they've lost their first playoff game as the better team. That's never happened to them. So they're always on the road when they ultimately fall short, except against the Chiefs that one year.
Right.
But NBA too. Hey, Rockets, great season. You got a bad matchup against the Warriors. You're out. Thanks for coming. It is hard to win. It's hard to be the last team standing And, man, like the stakes and the things that get said about your team, the things that get said about you along the way when you lose, it starts to rewrite everything you believed about them. And, whether that happens with the Bills at some point, we all believe in Allen. Building their receiver core last week was a big conversation, and Beans got points about that, how that can succeed, and now the focus is back on McDermott. I had somebody write to me on Twitter yesterday when I posted about Hellebuck say, it's the Bills' defense in the playoffs. That's Hellebuck.
Yeah.
That he's one of the best, and then get him in the playoffs, and it's not the same. And that point for the Bills' defense, it's not, I don't know, there are reasons, right? There have been injuries. There have been a couple things along the way, whether it's Benford gets hurt last year or no linebackers the year before. But they've
had an important injury in pretty much every play. You could say about, like, this doesn't happen often, but you could say about almost every playoff matchup, well, it might have turned out differently if they had blank.
Right.
You could even say that 13-second game, you could say, well, if they had Tre'Davious White.
You could say that about the 13-second game.
You're not going to get very far.
You could also say if the Chiefs didn't lose their starting safety, maybe Gabe doesn't go for 200.
Exactly, which is why the excuse making can only go so far. Right. I think maybe the most real one is when they had to play A.J. Klein at linebacker because they were out of linebackers.
Maybe.
And last year, it's Benford goes out and Elam comes in, and he's playing scared the whole day.
The question itself, grateful or upset?
Right.
Like, are you more when you think about this time, are you grateful or upset? 8030550. That was their conversation yesterday. I heard this question and I loved it. Because my answer is, if there was a slider, 100 to one side, 100 to the other, grateful or upset, where am I? This may come as a surprise to some of you. My answer is 100 to 0 grateful. It's not close. I want to even go so far as to say, I'm not upset. Maybe I'm not upset enough because I'm so grateful. Sure, we talk about how they could be better. What could they do? Let's get to these games. And then we get to those games, and when they win or they lose, I am eternally grateful for living in this era of the Bills. I think the drought brought me to a land of course I want them to win the Super Bowl. It would be the greatest thing ever. But you can't get me to even tick that slider more than 5 points to the upset side. Upset? When they lost to the Texans, I know people were devastated. I came in the next day, I'm like, I'm so happy to have been a part of it. It was a playoff game. And the AFC Championship games, I mean, listen, losing to the Chiefs is getting old. And I'm getting annoyed at them, the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And, yeah, there's frustration involved, but it is not close for me. The GM can get mad at me for wanting receivers, and we can argue with each other about the value of guards. But at the end of the day, I work in the place where we watch Josh Allen do magic things, and I think back to the people that watched this team in the '90s. Sure, other people can walk into the room and say, "Oh, 4 straight Super Bowls," and that hurts to lose those. But are you crazy? You have to have lived through that. That's the point. You never get guaranteed championships. It's why anytime anybody asks me, would you want a championship? I can never know that I'm going to get one. The whole idea is the chase. The whole idea is, will we ever get there? Will they ever do it? It's the most dramatic television show there is. It's a community, unifying experience, and we're all on the ride together. And I am endlessly grateful that we have a good era of football to talk about. Happy Monday morning, Jeremy and Joe. May 5th, Cinco de Mayo. So that means it was May 4th yesterday. I noticed over the weekend, were you driving around and saw signs on the thruway that were in Star Wars language?
Yes.
Yeah.
Noticed them.
I noticed on Saturday, arrive safely, you will. Like Yoda making the street signs or whatever.
The way you said Star Wars language, I thought you meant like the lettering they use.
The font?
Like the different languages that they speak in Star Wars.
Yeah, I don't know those languages, but
I don't either. But
Star Wars vernacular,
like Chewie's language.
Han Solo says, "Slow down."
Yeah.
That was one that I saw. Yeah, if you were driving the thruway, you saw some of that stuff.
Did you watch one of them in Celebration?
Did not.
You know what I almost did, but there were playoffs on last night. I'm like, May 4th. I should start Andor. I should start Andor tonight. I'm like, because I'm watch one of the other movies. I'm like, I've seen all the movies. Revenge of the Sith is back in theaters. I was going to do that. I'm like, Andor should be the next move I make in Star Wars because everybody says it's awesome.
I would tell you the Andor is the best thing that Star Wars has ever made,
which is a lot to say. That's crazy. But
that series, yes, I would say it's certainly the best thing to come out since the original three.
Yeah,
by far.
Yeah,
better than anything else.
If I were going to rewatch one of the movies, though, for yesterday to celebrate, I would have watched, obviously Episode 3.
And I say that as I'm not a hater at all. Just not everything that Star Wars do I think is amazing.
Yeah, no, you're a prequel hater.
Definitely, because those were
outrageous,
objectively bad.
No, they were
horrible.
Great class.
I am someone that watches all the new shows and thinks it'd be really nice if they could just ever get away from Luke Skywalker for 5 minutes. That's generally what I feel about it. Mm-hmm. It's fine, but Andor's awesome. It's great. Totally different story. Of course, it plays into the saga and the universe. But yeah, I would highly recommend Andor. And I've got to get on season 2. Got to do it.
Season 2's out already?
Yeah, starting to come out. So, no. Happy, today's Cinco de Mayo.
Yes.
May's got Derby Day, Star Wars Day, Cinco de Mayo, like these.
Just to kick it off.
Just kind of these pick and choose holidays as you will. What do you want to celebrate? Go for it.
Yeah.
Have a margarita on Cinco de Mayo if you want to, or watch Star Wars on the 4th. Sometimes they cross over and you get, the Derby on May 4th or May 5th.
Yeah. And then you get to Memorial Day eventually.
The Derby was wet, mud. Mm-hmm. Anything super incredible happen?
We kind of feel like it was just a good old running of the Kentucky Derby.
Right. We didn't get any sort of Josh Allen pictured with Patrick Mahomes.
No, I didn't see that.
Who was that? Who was that a couple years ago? There was a big controversy about. Somebody
at the Kentucky Derby?
Yeah, like Brady was somebody with Brady? Matt Castle, who was on the Bills, was with Brady or something.
Oh,
I'm
was
remembering
he on the Bills when there were all the New England teammates, New England teammates went,
and Castle went.
Yeah,
that might have been it. A little mini controversy, schmontroversy kind of situation.
Okay, it wasn't involving Eric Wood, was it? Because Eric always goes down there.
Yep, saw Eric's pictures.
He has a strip.
Looked like he had a good time.
Yeah.
Owen Almighty top 5 finish.
I saw.
I thought, man, it was close. He was number 2 at some point, maybe going into the final turn. Hey, Nick DeRober told us on Friday. I asked him anything could happen, which I took that to mean he didn't think Owen Almighty was going to do all that well. Yeah, but he did. He came close.
Hey. What can I tell you how the Derby reminded me of of the Sabres? Because we were on, and Nick DeRober had Luxor Cafe, the 7-horse. We're on Luxor Cafe. And, of course, so I've got a little bit on number 7. And the starting bell rings, and everybody gets out, and he had a terrible start. I thought, that's like the Sabres' 13-game losing streak right there. Like, you know what? You're not going to come back from that. I think he's just hemmed in. It's over.
Yeah.
Maybe too much relating to the Sabres.
I'm looking at a list of celebrities that were seen at the Kentucky Derby. One of them is Ian Rappaport. And it is funny that, you look at the pictures, everybody's got, something fancy on. Here's, I don't know who J.D. Shelburne is, but he's got, a suit with roses on it. And, everyone's got something crazy on. And then there's just Ian Rappaport just wearing the regular old suit that he'd wear on NFL Network. Didn't do anything, wild or crazy at all.
The biggest pop in our house for the celebrity that was on television was Simone Biles. When my daughter sees Simone Biles, she's very excited about that. So, yeah, we watched the race with friends and the kids and, horse racing. Yeah. 8030550. All right, when we get back, I put up a Twitter poll about the Bills offseason. Let's get some grades on this Bills offseason. What do you think? I only put up A, B, C, or F. You want to comment on pluses and minuses, throw them our way. But the offseason's over. Don't expect any big move from this point. A defensive lineman you've never heard of probably add in the mix or something. But teams are going to start picking up the free agent wire. And we'll get the Bills, our thoughts on this, and get yours as well. 8030550. How did the Bills do? Full offseason picture. How's it look? Jeremy and Joe coming up on WGR.
And then, meanwhile, Minnesota, did you see the stat on them this morning? The Minnesota Wild have become the first team in any of the four pro sports in North America to make the playoffs 8+ times in a 10-year span and lose in the opening round every single time. Like, the Leafs are kind of seen as that. Minnesota Wild, that's your team for this. They made the playoffs more than 8 times in 10 years and have not won a round.
Yeah, it's tough. Would you take that?
Different type of existence of misery than
different
than a Sabres existence of misery.
Say, would you take that for the Sabres for the next 10 years? Or would you take an unforeseen outcome? Let's make a deal. Make it 8 times in 10 years, never make it out of the first round, or door number 2.
Door number 2, which is
door number 2.
Which could be I never make it.
That could be you make it 3 times. Could you make it twice? Could you make it 10? Door number 2, you have to take door number 2.
Unforeseen?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm taking unforeseen.
You have to take door number 2.
But yeah, because the thing is, though, I'm assuming I don't know. Like, I'm going to make the deal, and then I'm going to get the Men in Black thing, and I'm not going to know that I made the deal.
Sure.
Okay. Because the first 2-3 times making it are going to be fun. Are going to be really fun, right?
Oh, yeah.
Breaking the drought, and then they're going to go back, and then we're going to have good conversations and expectations and fun games and winning in the regular season. And then when does it really get really, really, really old? Is it year 5?
Probably. Well,
year 7?
Here's your question: when did Bills Chiefs get old?
After the 3rd time.
There you go. There's your answer.
Yeah.
Not to say this
football versus hockey.
Not to say this hasn't been fun and this hasn't been great. But
sure.
When does it get old? Maybe the 3rd time you lose to them. One thing, if I could relate this to the Bills, when you watch all these other leagues and storylines, like the Bills have had the same fate for a few seasons now, whether it's divisional round or the AFC Championship game. It kind of drives home that it is just in elimination. Here's Winnipeg, almost the best team in hockey, out in the first round. And that's never happened to the Bills, where they've done that, where they've lost their first playoff game as the better team. That's never happened to them. So they're always on the road when they ultimately fall short, except against the Chiefs that one year. But NBA too. Hey, Rockets, great season. You got a bad matchup against the Warriors. You're out. Thanks for coming. It is hard to win. It's hard to be the last team standing. And, man, like the stakes and the things that get said about your team, the things that get said about you along the way when you lose, it starts to rewrite everything you believed about them. And, whether that happens with the Bills at some point, we all believe in Allen. Building their receiver core last week was a big conversation, and Bean's got points about that, how that can succeed, and now the focus is back on McDermott. I had somebody write to me on Twitter yesterday when I posted about Hellebuck say, it's the Bills' defense in the playoffs. That's Hellebuck.
Yeah.
That he's one of the best, and then get him in the playoffs, and it's not the same. And that point for the Bills' defense, it's not, I don't know, there are reasons, right? There have been injuries. There have been a couple things along the way, whether it's Benford gets hurt last year or no linebackers the year before. But they've
had an important injury in pretty much every play. You could say about, like, this doesn't happen often, but you could say about almost every playoff matchup, well, it might have turned out differently if they had blank.
Right.
You could even say that 13-second game, you could say, well, if they had Tre'Davious White.
You could say that about the 13-second game.
You're not going to get very far.
You could also say if the Chiefs didn't lose their starting safety, maybe Gabe doesn't go for 200.
Exactly, which is why the excuse making can only go so far. Right. I think maybe the most real one is when they had to play A.J. Klein at linebacker because they were out of linebackers.
Maybe.
And last year, it's Benford goes out and Elam comes in and he's playing scared the whole day. Crazy action last night in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Winnipeg Jets were down 2 to the St. Louis Blues late in the third period. They score 2 goals to tie it, including the latest Game 7 tire in NHL history. There was just under 2 seconds to play when they tied it up against the Blues, and then Adam Lowry, the captain for Winnipeg, gets the winner in double overtime. So Winnipeg's on to the next round. In the NBA playoffs last night, the Warriors win over Houston in Houston. That was a Game 7. So Golden State is on to the next round. The Bandits win over Vancouver, so they are on to the NLL Finals. Games 1 and 2 will be next week. End of next week, 10 days from now, is Game 1 of a best-of-3 series. Bandits will be going for a three-peat in the NLL. Some action tonight, back to hockey. Panthers and Maple Leafs, 8 o'clock. That's Game 1 for Round 2. And then in the NBA side of things, Knicks and Celtics tonight at 7 o'clock. In the NFL, it was announced or reported that Washington, D.C. will host the 2027 NFL Draft, and it will be at the National Mall. Packers reporter Ellie French out in Green Bay says that Christian Watson, who's recovering from a torn ACL, is on track to be ready for the start of the season or around the start of the season, but he is a trade option right now as the Packers drafted 2 receivers early in the 2025 draft. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Buffalo now back over. McKay to Smith. Smith inside. Floater pass out in front. Between the legs shot by Chase Fraser. Scores.
Clip it for Fraser, John. My goodness.
Bandits win, and the NLL Finals await.
I looked up words that rhyme with triple, by the way, and there's like nothing that works.
So you don't have to say three-peat?
Yeah, it's got to be three-peat.
Shouldn't Bandits fans be calling this, if they're not, the Bandits Invitational, the finals? They're in the finals every year. Going for a third straight championship.
Honestly.
Yeah.
At least lately.
Yeah.
They went through a period there without winning one. They had made the finals a couple times, right? But it had been like 2008 till, again, it was like 2 years ago. Which I feel like for them is a long time because, you know, they're often like the best team or one of the best teams.
Yep.
But that'll be fun.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Monday. Derby, drama in the NHL and the NBA playoffs, and, NFL offseason rolls on. We're 9 days away from the schedule, which is when it feels like you're not allowed to say what you think a team's record will be until you see the order of the games. I subscribe to that. What do you think for the Bills? 14-3? I don't know. I got to see what the order of the games is. 13-4?
Even though we do know the opponents and where they're being played. And
we do, but we're going to make plans. Are we going to be watching them play Philadelphia on Christmas?
Yeah.
Here? Are we going to watch them on a Thursday night on the road? Is there a short week and getting ready for Cincinnati? All these things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're a week away from leaks, I would say. Right? 2 days before is when you first start getting the first bits of information. What's the thing we're most interested to find out? Is it the prime time? Is it the final game in the stadium? Is it the opener? Like, if I could tell you right now you can find out the one thing about the schedule, any one thing about the schedule you want, what would it be?
I'd want to know if they're playing on Christmas.
Okay.
But I think they are. I fully expect that they are.
And you want them to play on Christmas?
I don't know that I want that, no. But I just expect there. It's a triple header.
Okay.
So, Christmas Day, night. Something like that.
Yeah.
Give the country a snowy snow globe game at night.
Right. Right. It's going to be Buffalo, Green Bay. They're going to pick what are the most likely snow globe destination cities?
Yep.
Pittsburgh, or they already did Pittsburgh, maybe Cleveland or something will get thrown in the mix there for a home game.
Bills Steelers could be a game. Whatever. We'll see in 9 days the schedule, and then we'll have an idea. Although
that one would be in Pittsburgh.
That's right. This time
Dublin.
next week, we might have a couple answers. Like Pittsburgh's playing in Ireland.
Right.
We don't know who the team that's going to play in Ireland against Pittsburgh is. That could be the Bills. So maybe an international trip is on the way. But I put up a Twitter poll today if you want to get a Bills conversation going, which we're always open for that. Throwing a grade on the offseason. How would you rate their results, filling needs, adding talent, etc.? And, a poll like this does not allow me the opportunity to throw in all of the pluses and minuses, like A-, B+, C+, B-. So I just have an A, B, C, and F, which, I guess I could have put D up there instead of F, but whatever. It's a Twitter poll.
Right.
I like to say it's not congressional testimony, it's a Twitter poll. So A, B, C, F, what do you want? And as you might expect, F's not getting a lot. And C's not getting a lot. It's between A and B is the very firm 64% of those voting say Bills get a B on the offseason. And maybe those people want to put a B+ on that, or maybe the A's are an A+, but B is winning the Twitter poll, which is not surprising to me at all. Right?
No.
They went out and they overhauled their front four. They filled some big holes. And the thing that probably keeps it from being an A.
Yeah, that's my curiosity. Why are people not answering?
I'll give you an answer to this. And I'm going to steal something from the draft. And that's this. You know how in the draft we hear every year there's only 13 first-round picks, even though there are 32?
Yeah.
I kind of want to borrow that idea or borrow that concept and say, I don't know what team in the NFL does get an A+ this offseason. Because forget the draft for a moment. The draft is, some teams made some big moves like Travis Hunter to Jacksonville. Who was the biggest player that moved this offseason? Was it Metcalf?
Metcalf.
That it?
But you're not going to give Pittsburgh an A because they don't have
a quarterback. So I almost want to say, I'm not sure if I want to give any team an A on the offseason. Nobody traded for Myles Garrett. Nobody traded for Max Crosby. Who's the biggest name that moved? Was it Milton Williams, Josh Sweat? Free agency was plundering the Eagles a little bit. The Bills went out and got their middle-tier signings at positions that made sense. It's almost to say, I'm not saying a B is an insult, but maybe the people that are voting B, which is kind of where I land. I landed about a B+. It was a nice offseason.
Yeah.
A lot of what they did made sense, but I almost want to say I would have saved my A for Trey Hendrickson.
Right.
Which they didn't do, and they didn't have to necessarily do that.
That, by the way, could still happen.
I suppose.
Could for anybody, couldn't it?
For anybody, sure, for anybody.
Like, everybody's had their offseason, and he still is, I think, to some extent on the trade market. So somebody will, if he were to get traded, somebody will trade for him that already believes their offseason is over.
Yeah.
So that could happen, but I'm not holding out that much hope on that at this point. Yeah, it's not having the blue chipper. That's it. Like, the goal of this offseason, I think the number one thing the day after the season, what for me would have been, find your way to getting a star player, because you have a lot of good ones and you need a great one. And the reason I wouldn't dock them too much for that is Metcalf was the only one even debatably in that class that got moved. You otherwise didn't have an opportunity to get Garrett. You weren't able to get Max Crosby and all those others. So, but I also don't want to give them an A, because I know what the A looks like. The A looks like you found a way to get one of those guys.
Yeah. And
that didn't happen. So they did everything else, right? Like, for the most part, didn't they do about everything else that they could? Like little bits and pieces here. Like last Monday gets into it because I would have liked to see them draft one other receiver at some point. But that to me is a smaller thing than the totality of the offseason. And then they found their way to Elijah Moore anyway, a player that I like. So for me, I like the Palmer signing. I like the Moore signing. I feel like they are better at wide receiver than they were last year. The rest of the offense stayed intact. And then defensively, they needed to improve and get better on their defensive line.
Not even just that.
I feel like they took enough swings at that position that a couple of them are going to make a difference.
Did they make enough moves on the defense to kind of say it's a different defense?
Yeah, right. The people playing on the defense are just going to be different, aren't they?
Yeah. It's a different defense.
How many different starters, week one, last year to this year?
Well,
you're going to have a different starting safety. Cole Bishop is going to be back there.
Maxwell Harrison starts.
That's two.
If you could fast forward to week 7, you could throw 2 new names in there. I mean, the PED suspensions for Hoyt and Ogunjobi kind of dock this number a little bit. But even the guys that are going to step in for them are new.
Right.
Whether that's Landon Jackson or if that's Bosa. Bosa. Yeah, right. Bosa.
Yeah, Bosa. Joey Bosa, of course.
Right.
Is an obvious one there. So, I've got 5-6 new contributors.
Yeah.
On the defensive side of the football, and maybe even, if Deion Walker can find a way to contribute, that could get up to 7 or 8.
It's a lot of new faces on one side of the ball.
Right, and that was everyone knew their priority and the thing they needed to attack the most this offseason. So, yeah, B plus. I feel like if most people are landing in that spot, I'm betting that's what they're thinking. Is I wanted a star player. One didn't get added, but
not many.
You go position by position, and they kind of attacked everything that they needed to.
NFL.com has a piece right now. Jeff Chidia, NFL.com's columnist. This is from about a month ago. But the 10 best moves of the offseason to that point. Number 1 is a coach. Number 2 is Jamar Chase getting extended. Number 3 is Devontae Adams. Like Adams
got,
and the Commanders trade for Debo. Sam Darnold's on this list. Dre Greenlaw's on this list. Zach Bond staying with Philadelphia. Jonathan Allen, Chris Scott. A lot of these are re-signings.
The Metcalf trade wasn't on there?
The Metcalf trade. Metcalf might have happened after this article was written.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is written late March. But, right, like, it was a lot of re-signings. Last year at this time, it's when did Derrick Henry sign with the Ravens? You know, because one thing I also want to say about if we go back to last offseason, you know, the Bills kind of had a quiet one. It was about saying goodbye to a bunch of players. This one feels like it's more about additions. Last year, the story was subtractions.
Yeah,
whether that's Diggs, Davis, Hyde, Poyer. You know, you had Trey White, Mitch Morse. Last year was about look at all the players that have left, and this year. It really wasn't about that. It was about guys coming in. They had some openings. They had some spots they could fill. So it's not
who left that they're going to badly miss.
Right, Mac Hollins, you could make a case if you want to, and Cooper, you could make a case if you want to, but
not to me with the 2 new guys.
No, I think they'll be all right in that department with those 2.
So there really isn't one. How much are they going to miss Rasul Douglas? I mean, he wasn't playing at that high a level at the end.
There's no glaring who fills in for Tremaine Edmonds or who gets the Diggs targets. There really isn't this glaring hole. And if you look at next year, I feel like it's a lot of the same as well. Like Milano might be the question next year. What they have here is they've kind of on-ramped into we kind of knew this would happen over the course of a transition. The new core is starting to develop. And you know, whether that's Hairston or TJ Sanders or Landon Jackson or Michael Hoyt, like who steps into the role that is the next big player for them?
Right.
That used to be Hyde, that used to be Poyer. And can Rapp and Bishop become that? Can Hairston become a guy that is a ball hawk? The way that Douglas was right when he showed up. So I think the offseason deserves a solid B. And by that I mean, I don't know what A would have had to be somebody bankably great. I don't even want to I don't even give out A's to anybody because I feel like the league this year was not really about big time player movement.
Would you give an A to New England? They feel like they did the most.
Yeah.
They did the most. They brought in, they probably overpaid Diggs, but whatever. They had to bring in a veteran receiver, and they could not get Chris Godwin to take like any amount of money they offered him.
That's right.
So they ended up on Diggs.
Their big move was Milton Williams, signing him to huge money.
Yep, and he might have been the best player, not including Metcalf, that moved. And then everyone seems to like their first-round pick.
Yeah.
Will Campbell. They had the luxury of being that high.
That's the other thing. It's, you know, your offseason based on how far did you have to go. You know, if you are the Titans, you probably feel like you had an incredible offseason because you added a franchise quarterback and you added other pieces as best you could, but you had a long way to go. When you're the Bills, the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Commanders, it's more about, you know, the finishing pieces. So it's probably tougher to earn a grade because you have fewer jobs available, fewer important jobs are available because you're already a good team.
Right. And for... like, if you think about the other contenders that the Bills are competing with, like, the Bills attacked what they didn't have, kind of what let them down, which was the defense, and specifically the defensive line. What did the Chiefs attack? Didn't the Chiefs attack exactly what ended their season?
Offensive line.
They went after offensive line. They signed a free agent. They used their first-round pick on a guy who does have injury problems, but he's got upside, Simmons, right?
Yep. The story is as long as it might be injuries, I thought it was maturity, that he's got the best tape of any tackle if they can all, you know, get it together. It's a little bit like, maybe not quite exactly like Deion Walker from the Bills in the 4th round, but there's a lot of tape out there to say there's a lot more to this player than his draft status.
Sure. And then the Ravens did what with their offseason?
They drafted Malachi Starks.
They didn't really have a theme to their offseason, I guess, that I'm thinking about.
Well, they probably, like the Bills, thought they were pretty good.
Right. Yeah, and they were already good enough on both sides of the football where, like, their roster, I don't really know how much more the roster needed to have, be attacked. So, I don't know, just depending on how much you want to blame the Bills or criticize them, I don't want to put it that way, but how disappointed you are that they didn't end up on getting one of these elite players at some position, but they didn't get moved. So, like, that's for me the part of it. Like, how mad can you really be? What was the deal that happened with another team that you go, man, I wish I had that one? Because that's happened to me in the past with them. But even the Metcalf trade to some extent, but I don't know. It happened so quickly that, and he's on a place now. I just don't expect it to really work. That I don't know. Like, I guess you could say that deal. But I'm not, like, every day coming in here and thinking constantly about, man, I can't believe they didn't get DK Metcalf. I'm not really.
No.
I like the player, but I don't know what that move would be for anybody. Are you mad they didn't get Milton Williams?
No.
He cost a ton of money.
He did.
And for what they did in the defensive line, they really didn't break the bank on any specific player, didn't they? Like, they signed some modest free agent contracts. They took a risk on Bosa.
That's the other part of their offseason. It was extending their own guys. That's really the biggest story of what they did.
For the money.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rousseau, Shakir, Bernard, Benford. Like, 4 big extensions. Big commitments, long-term commitments. Yeah, their offseason was probably defined mostly by volume in free agency in the draft and retaining where you were and what you already had.
Yeah. I'm reading right now a 32 off-seasons graded in the NFL, and there were this is at Yahoo Sports, only 3 teams were given an A.
Okay.
And
like I said,
15 were given a B.
Let me see. Are the A's, does New England get one of them?
New England's number 1 with a straight A.
Did Jacksonville get one?
No, they are not. They are a B. B+.
New England won, I don't know, Seattle? Who got an A?
Chicago got an A.
Because of Ben Johnson?
Ben Johnson, the offensive line overhaul, the Colston Loveland pick, Luther Burden in round 2, and then Minnesota got an A. Because they let Sam Darnold go, use the money to help J.J. McCarthy, upgrading both lines, bringing back Byron Murphy at corner, and then Aaron Jones.
All right.
So
3 A's.
3 A's, and that was it. So, right, how mad can you be that they weren't one of 3 A's? And those teams got it because, one, New England had the most money to spend in the NFL, and Chicago had, like, massive deficiencies, and they had a coach they needed to hire.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Bills weren't going to hire Ben Johnson this offseason.
No, not at all.
So,
yeah, I mean, maybe another part of your offseason win is that Joe Brady did not leave. If Brady had left,
that's true.
We would be spending this offseason talking about, well, can whoever it is pick up where he left off, and whether they're hiring somebody from the outside or elevating somebody from the inside. Right? If Brady had left, it'd be a different conversation, but he didn't.
4 teams, by the way, got a D at the end of it.
All right, 4 teams got a D.
4 teams. Who were the 4 worst off seasons, according to this Yahoo article from the weekend?
I don't know. The Jets.
The Jets got a D.
Okay.
Yep.
The Jets got a D. Did Miami get a D?
Miami got a D+.
Okay.
Yep.
Hang your hat on that.
They did. Didn't some people like their draft? It was they're described as a meat and potatoes draft.
That's right. A team that's considered to be a finesse team went rugged in the draft. They got a little meaner.
But they did lose Terran Armstead, which is a part of this too in the offseason. And then the 2 other teams were New Orleans.
Okay. Is that because they did not get a quarterback?
I think so. That Tyler Shuck seems to be their plan right now, and they overpaid Chase Young, according to this. And then the worst team this offseason with a D- was San Francisco.
Traded Debo
away. That's kind of it, I guess.
Okay.
No key free agent additions is the other reason.
All right.
So
Vince in Batavia. Hey, Vince, what's up?
Hey, guys, good morning. Yeah, I agree with you. We made some good moves. I just wanted to bring up one little miss maybe in the 7th round, which was LaQuint Allen from Syracuse, even though we weren't targeting a running back. This is a dude who very well may start for the Jags and have more yards than ETN by the end of the year, and I just thought we could have moved up 4 or 5 slots for a very low price and snagged him.
Thanks, Vince. I do like LaQuint Allen. I know this player. He's a heck of a player. He had a great year at Syracuse this last year. You you bring up running back, and that's the next big question.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and be upset that they didn't bring in a running back because a seventh rounder, and LaQuint Allen is behind another player. The Jaguars took a running back earlier in the draft.
Yes, they did. Yeah.
So he was a fourth-round pick. So I don't know if LaQuint Allen might be available in 3 months if you want him, because
honestly,
I don't know how many the Jags are going to carry. But yeah,
and the Bills aren't going to carry more than they're not going to carry more than 3 on game days. I mean, they might have I guess they could have a fourth on the active roster, but
yeah.
That to me, running back is pushed off till next year. But I do think one thing, like, and I wouldn't dock the Bills for this, nor I don't think would many. Like, hey, I don't like your offseason because you didn't pay James Cook. Like, that's not me.
No,
there could be someone out there that thinks that. Like, I'm giving them a B. I would have given them an A if they had paid James Cook. One thing that was lost in all the things Bean said last week was he pretty much said there's no contract coming for James Cook. Not this year, at least. You know, like the door being open to them mutually agreeing on a contract before the season, it could still happen. He did not sound last week like he thinks that's going to happen.
Yeah.
He said the words, he'll have to do it again, right? To pay for him to get that sort of money, and then didn't even say like we would be the ones that would give him that money.
He said he's got to prove it to us or someone else. Yeah, that's what the quote with in his conversation with Tyler Dunn about that.
And so now it's just waiting to see if he'll make it ugly, and I don't know that anybody is telling you that that's around the corner.
There's plenty of reporting that it seems like he won't make it ugly because he's got to go out and prove it. Thank you for the phone call, Vince. The running back is the next big fight we all have. Should they pay him?
Yeah.
I probably lean towards that they won't. And maybe that'll be an internal debate. Maybe McDermott will want that guy back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the way that he glowed about him at the end of the season, Cook went from rookie fumbling on his first ever snap, first ever carry, to McDermott at the end of the AFC Championship game or after the game, talking about his laser focus.
Mm-hmm.
And McDermott standing behind, basically like, that's one of my guys now.
Yeah.
Which is a strong testament to, the career arc that Cook has taken. And it wouldn't be unusual in the NFL for a coach to want a player back and a GM to say, like, we're not going to do it.
Right.
I'm thinking back to, this goes way back, but when the Jets were on Hard Knocks and Revis was holding out.
Oh, okay.
Remember, for anyone that watched that year, they would have
vaguely remember this.
They would have meetings. Rex basically, I'm like, are we going to get this done? Can I have him back yet? When can I have him? And the GM like, we'll let you know. We're working on it. And that dynamic in NFL front offices, the Bills might have one of those on their hands next year. It could come down, of course, to how Cook plays and if he produces. But if he gives McDermott that dog laser focus for a full year, he might want him back. Then again, he might say, find me my next dog.
Right.
It's the next big if, what they do. 803-0550, Paul Hamilton on the other side. The Amherst are through to the next round, and Devin Levi has been looking great. We'll talk about the Amherst. And also Tage Thompson scoring for Team USA as we get closer and closer to World Championships, all that kind of stuff. Tage trying to prove his way onto Team USA and doing a good job of that yesterday, over the weekend. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. Schedule comes out in 9 days.
Yeah. Yep.
How much of the last year at Highmark? How much of that matters to you? The last year at Highmark?
It does. It does. I mean, it hasn't hit right now, and I don't know how emotional or unemotional I expect to be when it's the last game in the stadium, the last regular season game specifically, because we won't know if it's the final playoff game. We could know it's the final playoff game, I guess, in some instances. I don't know. Like, it's for me, how many we're getting more and more amazing moments now. So it's not as nostalgic, I guess, because they all kind of feel top of mind. All the greatest moments that I can think of experiencing in that stadium. Because for me, I mean, I'm growing up during the drought. So, how nostalgic can you get about, Leotis McKelvin kick return touchdowns, and games where they won 13-10 to go to 5-6. But for someone that lived through the 90s, I bet it'll be and even back to the 70s with OJ. Like, I'm sure this will be a very emotional send-off.
Part of what you're getting at there also might be, nostalgia is a thing that a team leans into when there's not something better to pay attention to.
Right.
And
which is why the Sabres are basking in it for the last couple of years.
Right. Whereas, if the Bills are throwing nostalgia out there this year for the final year of the stadium, that's all well and good and welcome, but the present day is about as good as it gets.
Right.
Like, I'm watching the present day Bills and thinking, yeah, the old times. We had a lot of fun here. Are they going to beat the Eagles? Because they're home against the Eagles this year.
Right.
And they're home against the Bengals this year, and the Ravens and the Chiefs.
Right, like the final the final regular season game at the stadium. What if it's for the 1 seed? What would it be more about? It might be more about the send-off of the stadium, but we'll go into that week thinking like, oh, this is the game for the 1 seed. You win and you clinch it. You finally get it over Kansas City. And it's also the final game at the stadium. Winnipeg one, though, is just like, how could you watch that and not just be so jealous? Like, of moments like that. That is, they probably aren't going to win the Cup this year. Hellebuck looks like there's no chance he'll get them through 3 more rounds right now. We could talk about him. But if you're a Winnipeg fan, like, that night is going to be ingrained in your brain for the rest of your life as one of the greatest moments of your life. That's why you want a team back. They wanted a team back for 20 years, and that's probably the best night they've ever had as a Winnipeg Jets fan.
It's
hard to top.
One of those nights where you have an all-time moment for your franchise, and you might get knocked out in the next round, but that's kind of the point about how it doesn't really matter. It gets back to the question last week when Chopin Bulldog asked, are you more frustrated or grateful? Nights like that are the whole reason you're good.
Yeah.
You might not win the Cup, but now, were you at the game where they scored with 1.6 to go in Game 7 at home? The Sabres have only played in how many games? They've only won. They've won Game 7.
They've won 1 Game 7, I believe.
And they've not played in very many Game 7s. Of course, they lost to Philadelphia in the last one they played.
Yeah. I believe they have...
Carolina.
Wikipedia actually has this broken down by team and by record for all time. The Sabres' record is 1-6 in Game 7.
Only 7 Game 7s in franchise history.
Right, so Winnipeg 2... I should say, passed the Sabres yesterday in Game 7 wins.
Yeah.
This is the second iteration of the Jets. And they weren't even in existence. They were the Atlanta Thrashers
for a long time.
The last time we had a playoff game. But I just... The scene and the crowd, especially like outside the arena. I did say I had a buddy in one of my group chats text, that's one of the greatest goals in playoff history. Like, NHL playoff history, that's one of the greatest goals ever. It's the latest Game 7 game-tying goal ever. And my response was, they've got to win it. If they don't win this game, that no one will ever remember it. And my evidence was, because he did not know this, he did not remember this goal. I'm like,
I know what you're going to say.
Do you remember Briere against Ottawa in Game 2?
Game 2 against Ottawa, yeah.
He's like, what? And I put the video clip in there, and I had a couple of friends like, I didn't even know that goal existed.
Yeah.
NHL playoffs last night. The latest Game 7 tire in NHL history, just over 1 second to play. Winnipeg, who was actually down 2 with a couple minutes left, they come back to tie it and win it in double overtime. Adam Lowry wins it for the Jets, the captain. So the Jets move on. Tonight is Game 1 between the Panthers and the Leafs. That's an 8 o'clock puck drop in Toronto. NBA playoffs. Last night, the Warriors beat the Rockets in Game 7 to advance. Game 1, Pacers over the Cavaliers. And then in tonight's action, Knicks and Celtics at 7, Nuggets and Thunder at 9:30. Both of those are Game 1s as well. The Bandits won over the weekend over Vancouver to advance to the NLL Finals, looking for their 3rd straight championship. 10 days from today is Game 1 for the Finals. Talk more about the Amerks playoff run, by the way, with Paul Hamilton coming up next. And in the NFL, it was announced yesterday, was reported yesterday, that the 2027 NFL draft will be in Washington, D.C. at the National Mall. Now we'll wait to find out if the Bills get it in one of the next 2 years after that. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Lässig. Und jetzt wird es ein Zweier auf 1 mit Berniers, Thompson und der macht's. Und die USA gewinnt auch diese Overtime. Tage Thompson, schlanke 3 Buden heute.
There you go. German call of a Tage goal followed by Freebird.
Oh, and did your dad have the parlay?
Not that I know
Tage
of.
hat trick and a win?
Yeah.
I wish.
He did have it, though.
Probably would have had better odds than it normally does, huh?
Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Spent some time with some football today. We'll get to hockey here because Tage Thompson, nice performance for him for Team USA, and they played a German team there in a friendly, a pre-tourney tilt.
Yeah, before the World Championships.
Yep. So Tage wearing Team USA sharp jerseys they wore yesterday, and also the latest on the Amerks who await scheduling for the next round.
Yeah, winner of Cleveland and Laval, who they play Game 4 tomorrow night.
All right.
And that series is 2-1 in favor of Laval. Laval? Do you know, Paul?
Paul, what is it?
It's Laval.
Laval, okay, I had it.
The Rocket. There's no S on it either.
Yeah.
It's the Laval Rocket.
Named after a Rocket Richard?
Don't know.
It's got to be.
I don't know that.
I would bet money that it's named after Rocket Richard. Hey, I mean, Cleveland's drivable, though, so, maybe Amerks fans would be rooting for that series to be in Cleveland if they want to go to a road game. You finding it? Is it after Rocket Richard?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
All I found right now is that they should move the games to the Bell Center. That's what they want to do for the Rocket.
Really?
Yeah, there's conversation on that. Hey, Paul, how are you?
I'm well, guys. How are you?
Where do you want to start? You want to start with Tage Thompson and Team USA? I mean, I was joking earlier that it's a Tage Thompson revenge tour here against Team USA for being left out of the Four Nations.
Well, it really wasn't a hat trick. He did put 3 pucks in the net. If you recall, in the NHL during preseason, every now and then they will play a overtime no matter what. Just to kind of get it in, practice it.
Yep.
That's what that was. Because the game did end 5-2, and Tage Thompson officially had 2 goals. Even if you go to Team USA's website, you'll read that they won 5-2, and Tage Thompson had 2 goals. But he did get a third. It was during the fake overtime.
Okay.
And it even says in the article that Tage Thompson scored at whatever the time was, let's say 3:22 of overtime, and then they ended it there. They stopped playing. It's like, okay.
They didn't do a shootout?
Yeah, they didn't do a shootout, which sometimes they do. They also do that sometimes in preseason NHL hockey. So it was like a fake overtime. It was, USA had already won 5-2, but we're going to play in overtime because we might have to play in overtime, once the tournament starts on the 9th, and he's the one that scored. So he put 3 pucks in the net, but officially he got credited for 2 goals.
Yeah, I think he's talked about this, Paul. You can tell me better, but I remember him making comments after the Four Nations tournament that, maybe part of the reason this year he decided to go, he's wearing a letter, by the way, for Team USA, is it matters to him to make the Olympic team next February.
Oh, he told me, I think the last pregame interview I did with him, that's the reason he's there. He wants to show them that he deserves to be on that team. And, I remember at the Four Nations they were talking about, more players have to be willing to go to the World Championships if they want to, be part of an Olympic or Four Nations or something like that. And guess who's going? Who doesn't need to prove anything? As Sidney Crosby's going, playing for Canada. I read McKinnon is pretty much leaning towards going. But yet Sanderson for Team USA, he's not going. And, others aren't, some of the younger guys aren't going. And, Team USA has a lot of guys actually. Now, Alex Tuck wanted to go and would have gone, but he and his wife are having their second child, and they may have already had it. So he, of course, felt he needed to be here. But had that not been coming up, he wanted to be there and would have been there.
Paul, I'm thinking about Thompson in this spot, and while there's always the potential risk of an injury for a player playing away from the Sabres, I do feel I'm struck by his motivation and how that can only be good for them. I mean, these Sabres players that play for the Sabres are not finding their way into a lot of meaningful games. And here's Thompson, who, you say what you will about U.S.-Germany pre-tournament tilt. He is finding great meaning in this individual/team goal for him to make that team. And I think that's probably something good for the Sabres to keep Tage locked in. Not that there's any threat that he wouldn't be, but I feel like it's a good thing.
Yeah, and they could get injured, you're right, but at least it's May, So if there's an injury that happens in May, unless it's a knee surgery or something like that, like a catastrophic type injury like that, you would hope that, whatever that might be, if you pull a groin or something like that, you'll be fine, once the season starts. But there really is not a good time for these things to happen. I mean, the Four Nations, Brady Tkachuk got, he got himself injured.
Charlie McAvoy had obviously a
McAvoy
bad,
did. Tkachuk said that he probably should not even have been playing. With the injuries he had, but he kind of got through it. So, but the only other time you could play it would be in August. Again, injuries and way back when, before many of us were even born, Gilbert Perreault played in the Canada Cup. He actually was on a line with Wayne Gretzky and Guy Lafleur, and he broke his leg, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was a broken leg, and he was not available to the Sabres for most of the year. But that tournament was in late August, early September. So there's really not a good time to play these things as far as injuries and, for the hockey clubs that they're playing for.
Yeah, you're scaring me now, because now I'm dreaming about some scenario where the Sabres are like in a playoff position, but they're in a fight at the end, and we're like hanging on every tooth and nail that Tage makes it through February at the Olympics, okay, because we actually have a season here that we care about at the end. But either way, it would be super cool if he makes the team and he goes. And really, he should have been on the team, I thought, at the Four Nations. I feel like if he just doesn't get hurt between now and February, wouldn't you think he's on the team? Well,
the top two goal scorers for Team USA at the time that the team was selected did not make it. Cole Caulfield and Tage Thompson. Mm-hmm. I think Thompson might have had 15 goals and Caulfield might have had 17, something like that. It was in that range. And neither one of them made it. So that was interesting, too, that they decided not to. And the people picking Team USA took a lot of heat for the guys that did make the team.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline chatting about the Sabres with us. We've not heard any sort of announcement from the team itself on Kevin Adams and what might happen there. So when we get anything like that, we'll pass it along.
I don't think they would announce it if he stays.
Yeah? Not even. What about a shuffling of the front office, which has been suggested might happen?
Yeah, that's who knows, or if there's a shuffling in the coaching staff or the front office. But the Sabres would say we haven't announced in the last 5 years that he's staying. Why would we announce he's staying now? Type of a thing. So I understand that. I get that. It's like, well, what are we announcing? There's nothing to announce. We haven't made a move. Type of a thing. So as far as the coaching staff would go, they may wait until they hired somebody. If they made a move on the coaching staff, and all of a sudden they say, well, Lindy Ruff and Kevin Adams announced they've hired so-and-so on the coaching staff. And then, well, for who? Who's not around anymore? Or they may announce it, if they have decided to, go a different direction in any part of the organization. It's just one of those things. I just don't know. What they feel is we should announce and what we feel we shouldn't announce if you're the Buffalo Sabres.
Right. Paul, we're waiting for the Amherst to find out who their opponent might be. Again, could be the Rocket. And waiting to see how far Devin Levi can, not that he's carrying them just by himself, but they've got, of course, a lot of their prospects down there and a playoff run here. And, once they get their next opponent, how far can Levi carry them? We'll keep checking in on him, but he's been great to this point, and the next challenge awaits.
Well, what he's done is he's only the third goaltender in Amherst history to win have two consecutive shutouts in the playoffs. Now, Mika Norinen did it twice in the same year, in the year 2000, and Bobby Perreault did it in 1957. So they're the only ones that have ever done it. And he has a shutout streak of 156-31 going into the next series and, playing really, really well. And you look at it, in the last 2 years, he's played 8 playoff games with the Amherst, and he's only given up 17 goals. That's a 1.93 with a 9.48 save percentage. And then I went and looked at the regular season, and it's not too much worse. I mean, he's had 68 regular season games with the Amherst over 2 years. He's 41-19-8 with a 2.28 and a 9.22 save percentage. So he's played very well in his 76 games between regular season and playoffs. But it took a while for the Sabres to realize what they needed to do to develop him, and that's get him down there and let him get in the net on a regular basis. And I think the two players who I think have been developed correctly have been Yuri Kulich and Levi. And Kulich, I think, showed what proper development is like because, I loved the way he improved during the season. And, Levi now should be ready, you would think. It's now or never probably with him. He should be ready to, maybe take the goal over with proper development he's got for the last year and for the last year and a half.
Paul, before I let you go, you have a thought on Winnipeg and Hellebuck?
Well, it was crazy. I mean, the first 2 goals go in, and you're thinking, you're kidding. It's just like, how does this guy, and rightfully so, he's in the MVP. He's one of the top 3 to win the Hart Trophy and should be there. But the playoffs just have not been kind to him. I had a conversation with Martin Biron about it. Who's a former goaltender. I don't want to say what Marty said because that's for him to say if he wants other people to hear his opinion on it. But I will say he disagrees with me. I think Hellebuck plays too much in the regular season. I think he's dead by the playoffs. And, he usually plays in the mid-60s as far as games. And if I'm from Winnipeg, it's like, why not find a better backup so you don't have to run him out there for 65 games a year and see if that's his problem? Because in the Four Nations, he was fine, but that was February. That's not the end of the year.
Didn't they play him to the last game in the season because they were going for a record?
Yeah,
wins.
Yeah, he could have tied the record, right, at the end?
Yeah, for wins. And so, as I said, Marty was a goalie, and he disagrees. As I said, if he wants to say on the air, how he feels about it, and that's up to him. But I just think that the guy plays too much, and somebody could say, well, yeah, but he did okay yesterday, and once the first 2 goals went in, kind of like Levi. Yeah. Levi let the first 2 goals of the series in, and then Rochester scored the next 11 against Syracuse, and they won the series. They swept the series after the first 2 goals went in, and Syracuse took a 2-0 lead in Game 1. That was it. Levi and the defense. See, that's the one thing with Levi too. Rochester plays very, very well around him. They're excellent defensively, and he gets to see all the shots. He was talking about that after Game 2. That there was, even though it was 35 saves, he said there was really nothing he didn't see. He's very smooth in what he's doing now. He's out challenging. Is not like movement that he doesn't have to do. He doesn't get caught out of position. But that's the thing. Rochester plays very, very well around him, which helps him a lot.
Thank you, Paul.
Take care, guys.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. And
also the draft lottery tonight at 7.
Draft lottery tonight, 7 o'clock?
We could 7 o'clock on ESPN.
Are they revealing it during intermissions of a show?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Right.
I mean, we can go down some. It's 10 years since the lottery, of course, so we could do some
a couple
memory
of
lane
the
later.
lotteries. Don't forget the Darlene one where we found out they're in the top 3. That was a lottery.
Yeah, but
they were the best chances. All right, 803-0550. Carl Jones, Channel 4, anchor and reporter on the Bills and their offseason. He had some stuff to say over the weekend, wanted to get him in on, so we'll talk to him coming up 8 o'clock. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Winnipeg one, though, is just like, how could you watch that and not just be so jealous? Like, of moments like that. That is, I mean, they probably aren't going to win the Cup this year. I mean, Hellebuck looks like there's no chance he'll get them through 3 more rounds right now. We could talk about him. But if you're a Winnipeg fan, like, that night is going to be ingrained in your brain for the rest of your life as one of the greatest moments of your life. That's why you want a team back. They wanted a team back for 20 years, and that's probably the best night they've ever had as a Winnipeg Jets fan.
It is.
It's hard to top.
One of those nights where you have an all-time moment for your franchise, and you might get knocked out in the next round, but that's kind of the point about how it doesn't really matter. It gets back to the question last week when Chopin Bulldog asked, are you more frustrated or grateful? Like, nights like that are the whole reason you're good.
Yeah.
You might not win the Cup, but now, were you at the game where they scored with 1.6 to go in Game 7 at home? The Sabres have only played in how many games? They've only won. They've won Game 7.
They've won 1 Game 7, I believe.
And they've not played in very many Game 7s. Of course, they lost to Philadelphia in the last one they played.
Yeah. I believe they have...
And Carolina.
Wikipedia actually has this broken down by team and by record for all time. The Sabres' record is 1-6 in Game 7s.
Only 7 Game 7s in franchise history.
Right, so Winnipeg 2... I should say, passed the Sabres yesterday in Game 7 wins.
Yeah.
This is the second iteration of the Jets. And they weren't even in existence. They were the Atlanta Thrashers
for a long time.
The last time we had a playoff game. But I just the scene and the crowd, especially like outside the arena. I did say I had a buddy in one of my group chats text, that's one of the greatest goals in playoff history. Like, NHL playoff history, that's one of the greatest goals ever. It's the latest Game 7 game-tying goal ever. And my response was, they've got to win it. If they don't win this game, then no one will ever remember it. And my evidence was, because he did not know this, he did not remember this goal. I'm like,
I know what you're going to say.
Do you remember Briere against Ottawa in Game 2?
Game 2 against Ottawa, yeah.
He's like, what? And I put the video clip in there, and I had a couple of friends like, I didn't even know that goal existed.
Yeah.
And then, meanwhile, Minnesota, did you see the stat on them this morning? The Minnesota Wild have become the first team in any of the 4 pro sports in North America to make the playoffs 8+ times in a 10-year span and lose in the opening round every single time. Like, the Leafs are kind of seen as that. Minnesota Wild, that's your team for this. They made the playoffs more than 8 times in 10 years and have not won a round.
Yeah, it's tough. Would you take that?
Different type of existence of misery than
different
than a Sabres existence of
misery. I was going to
misery.
say, would you take that for the Sabres for the next 10 years? Or would you take an unforeseen outcome? Let's make a deal. Make it 8 times in 10 years, never make it out of the first round, or I'm good. Door number 2.
Door number 2, which is
door number 2.
Which could be I never make it.
That could be you make it 3 times. Could you make it twice? Could you make it 10? Door number 2. You have to take door number 2.
Unforeseen?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm taking unforeseen.
You have to take door number 2.
But yeah, because the thing is, though, I'm assuming I don't know. Like, I'm going to make the deal, and then I'm going to get the Men in Black thing, and I'm not going to know that I made the deal.
Sure.
Okay. Because the first 2-3 times making it are going to be fun. Are going to be really fun, right? breaking the drought, and then they're going to go back, and then like we're going to have good conversations and expectations and fun games and winning in the regular season. And then when does it really get really, really, really old? Is it year 5?
Probably. Well,
year 7?
Here's your question: when did Bills Chiefs get old?
After the 3rd time.
There you go. There's your answer.
Yeah.
Not to say this
football versus hockey.
Not to say this hasn't been fun and this hasn't been great. But
sure.
When does it get old? Maybe the 3rd time you lose to them. Confirming the Laval Rocket were indeed named in a tribute to Rocket Richard. It was chosen. How did this come up? Because that's who the Amherst might play in the next round. They have to get through.
Yeah.
It was chosen. It won the fan vote. It beat out every one of these words I'm about to say has an E thrown in there because it's French. Patriots, Rapids. They chose Rocket, the Laval Rocket, for Rocket Richard.
I think they made a good choice.
Yes.
The rare team name that doesn't end in S that I actually like.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. We're going to talk some Bills with Carl Jones at Channel 4 coming up in a moment. I had a devilishly good idea that these two just rolled their eyes at me about. Maybe we'll flesh it out a little bit more. Here it is. The Bandits are going to the NLL Finals again. They have a chance to win their 3rd in a row. And Joe was joking about, three-peat. You pay for the rights to use the term three-peat.
Yeah,
so
Pat Riley owns it.
Here's the idea, everybody. You want to do it or not? If the Bandits are to win, the Bandits should tweet at and troll the Kansas City Chiefs and say, 3 in a row, this is how it looks. You want to do it? Why not? Because of the Bills? They're a different team. The Bandits, this is how it's done. 3 in a row.
Just so we can fire up, Nick Wright to be like, the Bills owner is trolling the Chiefs with his lacrosse team. Sick move, sick burn.
All right, Nick Wright, thank you for drawing attention to a 3-time champion. Knock on wood.
That's true. That's how you would
That's how you get attention.
That's how you would get your views, your clicks.
3 in a row. This is how it's done. At Kansas City Chiefs. Just saying. It's right there for you.
I can't imagine it. Maybe.
All right. Carl Jones coming up other side. We talk Bills offseason here on WGR. Schedule comes out in 9 days.
Yeah. Yep.
How much of the last year at Highmark? How much of that matters to you? The last year at Highmark?
It does. It does. I mean, it hasn't hit right now, and I don't know how emotional or unemotional I expect to be when it's, the last game in the stadium, the last regular season game specifically, because, we won't know if it's the final playoff game. We could know it's the final playoff game, I guess, in some instances. I don't know, it's. For me, how many we're getting more and more amazing moments now, so it's not as nostalgic, I guess, because they all kind of feel top of mind. All the greatest moments that I can think of experiencing in that stadium. Because for me, I mean, I'm growing up during the drought, so how nostalgic can you get about Leotis McKelvin kick return touchdowns and games where they won 13-10.
Right.
To go to 5-6. But for someone that lived through the 90s, I bet it'll be and even back to the 70s with OJ, I'm sure this will be a very emotional send-off.
Part of what you're getting at there also might be, nostalgia is a thing that a team leans into when there's not something better to pay attention to.
Right.
And
which is why the Sabres are basking in it for the last couple of years.
Right. Whereas, if the Bills are throwing nostalgia out there this year for the final year of the stadium, that's all well and good and welcome, but the present day is about as good as it gets.
Right.
Like I'm watching the present day Bills and thinking, yeah, the old times. We had a lot of fun here. Are they going to beat the Eagles? Because they're home against the Eagles this year.
Right.
And they're home against the Bengals this year, and the Ravens and the Chiefs.
Right, like the final the final regular season game at the stadium. What if it's for the 1 seed? What would it be more about? It might be more about the send-off of the stadium, but we'll go into that week thinking like, oh, this is the game for the 1 seed. You win and you clinch it. You finally get it over Kansas City. And it's also the final game at the stadium.
My name might have been Jerry if my dad had his choice.
Really?
Yeah. He wanted Jerome, and my mom wanted...
All right.
Here we go. Why not?
Yeah, I've got something on this too, so go ahead.
He wanted Jerome, and I think my mom wanted Jeremiah. And they're like, all right, well, Jeremy. That's how it came to be. He wanted Jerome. So I was almost a Jerry.
Almost Jerome.
Almost.
Yeah, Jerome goes to Jerry every time, right?
I was almost a Jerry.
Okay.
And my mom called me Jeremiah all the time, no matter what. Whenever she's mad at me, not only mad, but she called me Jeremiah a lot. But the tone that was used on Monday would have been a Jeremiah kind of tone at me.
Okay.
That would have been a Jeremiah if GM wants to use that next time.
Yeah.
Jeremiah.
If my dad had his way, at least this is how it's been told to me, my first name would be Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno.
Yeah.
I like it. What's wrong with Bruno? We don't talk about Bruno. There we go.
I don't know. I'm glad. I'm good with Joe.
You don't want to be a Bruno?
I'm good with Joe. No, not necessarily.
Well, if your name was Bruno, your life would have changed when Encanto came out the way that my life changed when Pearl Jam's Jeremy came out. And I saw that video. I thought, oh, well, this is now people are going to say this to me for the rest of my life.
Talk some football with Carl Jones in a moment. Last night in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Winnipeg with the latest game-tying goal in Game 7 history, 1.6 seconds to play. They tied up Cole Perfetti, and that was after they had scored to make it a one-goal deficit just a couple minutes before. Winnipeg wins in double overtime to move on to the next round. The matchup tonight, Panthers and Maple Leafs, 8 o'clock, Game 1 of the second round. That will be on ESPN. In the NBA, the Warriors beat the Rockets in Game 7 and advanced to the next round. The Cavaliers fell to the Pacers in Game 1 at home of Round 2. The Bandits winning over the weekend. They are advancing to the NLL Finals. That will take place next week. Also, tonight is the NHL Draft Lottery, 7 o'clock. The Sabres have about a 6.5% chance for both the first and the second pick, but are more likely to pick 7th or 8th. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
See, I feel like I'm so versatile that I can come out, play man, or I can play zone. I can play off man. I can play press man. I can disguise. So I'm happy to just be able to go into an organization with a beautiful scheme that'll allow me to get the ball back.
Bill's first-round pick, Max Hairston. Chat about him in a moment. The Warriors and the Rockets. It's the 5th time the Warriors have eliminated the Rockets in the playoffs since 2015. Bills, Chiefs is 4 out of 5. Rockets is 5 out of 10. And it's also Steph Curry's 3rd road Game 7 win with 20 points.
Wow.
He's the only one to ever do that in the NBA. Warriors win. We're talking Bills offseason. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Monday. High of 70 today. Looking like a reasonably nice day. Some rain possibly later. And joining us on the Western Hotline, Carl Jones of Channel 4 here as we chat about this offseason. Carl, good morning.
Good morning to you guys. How you doing?
Is it a good morning for you? Because he's also a Cavs fan, I believe.
He is a Cavs fan.
And that didn't go well last night.
I mean, the Cavs are allowed. Go ahead, Carl.
I'm just saying, I'm trying to have a good morning. We bringing up the past. It's a Monday. It's a new week. My Cavs, without our all-star point guard right now, we're gonna get his toe right. We're gonna get him some nice medicine. And Game 2, we're gonna come back back.
Well, not just that. Listen, I mean, if the Cavs, what was the combined winning the margin in the first round? They win by 700 points in the first round. We'll allow one hiccup here to open the next round.
Yeah, we definitely have to understand we're in a different weight class now. This isn't the Miami Heat we're dealing with anymore. So the Pacers are nice, man. They get up and down the court, so we got to make sure we bring our Game 2.
Yeah, the NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs both underway. Draft is in the books. The offseason's in the books. The NFL schedule's about 9 days away and different parts of it as well. Carl, let's start on the Bills offseason. And Max Hairston, who we heard from right there. We haven't chatted since the draft, so what'd you make of the Bills' first-round pick? How do you like it as, Are you one with love for defensive backs altogether? So as soon as they go defensive back, you're all about that. How do you like Max Hairston in the fit?
You're correct. As soon as I saw a cornerback off the board, I'm like, yep, my cup of tea. I like it. But it was a little shocking for me at first for them to go in that direction, considering that he breaks the mold a little bit of what they usually go after. I mean, in terms of height, weight, he doesn't really fit that. I know he's 5'11". Listed at 183 pounds. He says he's up to 190. We'll see what his weight is during training camp when he's sweating all day. But I think clear and obvious what attracted him to them was his speed. And when you have 4.28, you can't really teach that. And there are some things that if you're a guy like Sean McDermott who is majoring in a zone-heavy scheme, you're like, hey, man, you're a guy who can tell this cornerback you can be a little bit more risky. You can take some chances because you have the recovery speed to make up for it on the back end. So I really like his hips. They're smooth. He's obviously very explosive and fast. His one hiccup is that he's a bit of a smaller guy, and that doesn't just show up in the run game. That shows up in the passing game as well in terms of going against those bigger guys in man. So I know that a lot of people hear speed. They think, oh, shut down man corner. It doesn't always work in that way if you're a smaller guy like he is.
Is that about leverage, guys that can kind of use their body to post up? I'm thinking about the way that Keon tries to win. He sometimes, a guy will be in his hip pocket, but he's got such a big frame, he can box out corners like that.
Yeah, down the field, that's one obvious one for sure. And then you got to think about it even on the intermediate route tree as well. You're just bigger, stronger, faster in some ways, so you can just move a guy out the way. Think of like a dig, where you can cut a guy off, but he just has more mass and he can move you out the way, or even a slant down there on the goal line. So I know I like what Brandon Beane said about him in that aspect of his game the night of the draft. He said, listen, if he had everything, he'd be a top 5 pick. So I think that the Bills were comfortable, taking with his strengths there at 30 and saying we can work around some of his weaknesses once we get him in the building.
Does it get to the point with him, from what you see in him against some of those bigger bodies, that the Bills might want to move him around, almost shadowing the right type of receiver? We always talk about shadowing for like your number one corner on their number one corner, more so shadowing him on, you know what I mean? Like if there's a smaller speed receiver on the other side of the field, that he'll move around with that guy.
I think that, I'll say this first. Give him the chance to go up against a bigger guy first. On paper, sure, he won't be able to do that. But, I'm from Cleveland, and I see Denzel Ward, who has a very similar frame to Max Harrison, compete with the biggest of the best every week in and week out. He's in the same division with the Cincinnati Bengals, and he has no problem with them. Now, Denzel Ward was a top 5 pick, so he's a much different profile of player as well. So give him a chance to do it. And if he can't, then Christian Benford's a much bigger cornerback. You can allow him to take those types as well. But there are also ways you can get around that as well. Say, hey, Christian Benford, you go up against the bigger corner. Maxwell Helston will give you will double and give you help on the other side. So there are ways that you can scheme around some size deficiencies and make things work based off of the profile of Max Harrison.
Speaking with Carl Jones on the Wester Hotline, Carl of Channel 4, Syracuse football alumni as well. Carl, as you bring up Benford, I remember you were tweeting about him maybe right before he signed his extension that, if the Bills wanted to start and deploy him in a different way, traveling a little bit more, do you feel like that is still on the cards? Sometimes that can happen before the big contract. Sometimes that can happen once the big contract is signed. And with Hairston added in the mix as well, do you feel like that pickup in the first round changes the way that the Bills start to deploy Christian Benford?
I would hope so, and I'm not expecting to be in heavy doses. I would expect it maybe in more down and distance, obvious situations, like it's 3rd and 4, gotta have it. Into the hash situations, I wouldn't mind seeing him travel. Like one situation that sticks out to me like a sore thumb, it's that 3rd down situation against the Los Angeles Rams out there on the West Coast, where Puka Nacua is lined up against, I believe, Jamarcus Ingram, if I'm not mistaken, for the game-winning tutty, or someone that wasn't Christian Benford. In my opinion, that should have been a situation where 47 was lined up against their best receiver. So it doesn't need to be all game, and I don't expect them to be that way, considering that Sean McDermott majors in zone defenses. And there is a big plus to not having your cornerbacks travel, because you will always have the illusion of disguise as well. So I know that some people say, like, oh, his cornerback travels. Well, once your corner travels, the jig is up. Like, we know that you're in man coverage. So I think there are some benefits and drawbacks of having your guy travel. But I think when it's 3rd and 4, man, it's 2-minute drill. The whole stadium knows that Puka Nacua or Jamar Chase or that Justin Jefferson is getting the ball. I would like to see best on best in that situation.
How do you feel about their corner room overall right now, even down to the late draft picks? I saw you talking about Dorian Strong the other day, the Bills that they brought back, former Bills, Trey White and Dane Jackson. There's a lot of names there. Do you feel like it's a far superior group than they had last season?
I do. I do. And I think that speaks to the depth that they've acquired. I know that White reports are a little – I think it's the wrong word, because we saw him out there on the field, but he was in a much more diminished role last year for the Baltimore Ravens in that dime role, so he only had to play 25-30% of the snaps. So if you're expecting him to be CB3 here, just know, like, hey, there's a bit of a curve and a bit of a projection there. But I really, really, really like Dorian Strong in the whole draft process. I remember watching him, I want to say shortly after the NFL Combine, and I tweeted, yep, this is a Bills corner. Like, just the way he operates and the way he moves. Is he the greatest guy in man coverage? Maybe not, but he gives you a lot of other stuff. He has a really, really nice, just like one-hand stab and press coverage, which is music to my ears when I'm watching it. I'm like, ooh, everyone else, they're like, I don't know what you so excited for, my boy. But, like, listen, that stuff right there is like Mona Lisa. But good ball skills, man. He has good feel down the field as well. I saw him, and I'm like, yeah, that's somebody that the Bills will develop into a starter. I told everyone this shortly after he got drafted. If you told me 10 years from now that Dorian Strong started like 4 or 5 years in the NFL, I would not be shocked.
Carl Jones on the Western Hotline. The draft as a whole, Carl, I mean, they focus on their defense. They focus on their front four. It kind of lines up with what they did in free agency as well. We've got a Twitter poll up about a grade on the offseason, and maybe they didn't go out and get a proven blue chipper, but they've given themselves some opportunities to maybe find someone that could become that.
Well, they didn't get a receiver, right?
That's true. You said it, not me.
No, but I think that was intentional in saying, like, hey, Joey Bosa may have been their biggest swing in terms of getting an ace pass rusher. And listen, we will see if that remains to be. I like the swing. I'll just say that. And his health is obviously the biggest caveat. But if you can't acquire the big Myles Garrett or T.J. Watt or Trey Hendrickson, you can also acquire just a bunch of depth and go after a team in waves where the drop-off between the first, the second, and the third line isn't that steep. And I think I like that how Brandon Beane addressed the offseason from up front. I like how they added some more juice and athleticism in the secondary. I have felt, and I'm being facetious here, joking, from being from Big Ten country, but for those who are college football fans, you will understand this to a certain extent. When the Big Ten teams 10, 15 years ago will go down and play the SEC squads, it will always be a stark athleticism difference on defense. You will watch my Ohio State Buckeyes play against Florida and LSU. You'll be like, man, they just don't look as fast. They don't have as much pop on defense. And I felt as if the Bills were operating the same way defensively over the past 4 or 5 years, and you saw it in the postseason. When you add a Max Harrison, when you add a Landon Jackson who has some juice up front, if this Deion Walker thing pops, he has some juice in some weird ways he can get after the quarterback. I like that approach as well because juice and pop in the postseason is huge. And we just saw the Philadelphia Eagles who had guys like Jalen Hunt and obviously Jalen Carter's his own beast. But there's a bunch of guys with athletic gifts get after the quarterback and change the way the Eagles were allowed to play defense.
Well, that's what it's all going to come down to, right? Like, it almost doesn't even matter what their ranking is at the end of the regular season for their defense. The whole judgment on how this offseason went, I feel like, is going to be how that unit performs when they get to the postseason.
Yeah, and I think that when you have guys who grade higher athletically, it gives you more versatility to do different things week in and week out. Brandon Beane alluded to this before the draft, where you just can't draft or acquire talent based on one specific team. Each team is different. The Baltimore Ravens play much different than the Bengals, and the Bengals play much different than the Chiefs. But if you have players who meet a certain athletic threshold, you won't be as scared or timid to pivot your game plan week in and week out. So where you have a team that say, you know what, we want to major man coverage this week, and then the next week you want them to do heavy zone, but you don't have the personnel to do that, whether you're scared. I look at the loss against the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game where a lot of their DBs, and quite frankly all of them, maybe outside of Benford, majored in zone coverage and didn't even really minor in man. Well, when they had to pivot and play more man coverage once the Chiefs were RPOing them to death, well, they were stuck. They couldn't really play that way because they hadn't played that way all year, and quite frankly, that wasn't conducive to their skill sets. So if you get some guys up front who can get after the quarterback and have some major in that, and then some DBs who can do some different things, you aren't as scared and as boxed in by your game plan when you get to those one-game seasons in the postseason.
Where are you at on safety for them? It's really the one position we haven't tackled really here. On paper, it looks like it could be one of those positions where we could get to the trade deadline, and that's the position that we're talking about. It's really just going to, I think, come down to whether Cole Bishop is up to it. And I don't know, how confident are you on him and even Rapp, I guess, to some extent, too?
There is some concern. I think out of all the positions on the field in terms of just week one, I think that's the one that I think is high on my list. And obviously it's the unknown with Cole Bishop. Presumably they're going to give him every single chance to be the starter opposite of Taylor Rapp, who I think is a solid starting NFL safety. I felt last year that the spine of their defense, so for those at home, look at the defensive tackles all the way back to the safeties. D tackles, Bernard, and then include the will linebacker in there, so Milano/Dorian Williams, and then the two safeties were very fragile is the wrong word because I really like Terrell Bernard, but it wasn't the strongest unit in terms of beef and how they make their presence felt on defense. And I think that Cole Bishop has to really improve his tackling this year to be a sure tackler back there at safety. Because you can say a lot about DeMar Hamlin. He usually got the guy on the ground if he was in his vicinity, which is an underrated trait as a defensive back. And Taylor Rapp was the same way. Think about all of the deep runs that he prevented from being touchdowns. I think about that Colts game. I think about the Jets game as well, getting down Breece Hall. Cole Bishop is going to have to take a step up in that department because I think back to that Chiefs game and he missed a lot of tackles. So it's a room that, there's a lot of concern, and I think it's valid to feel that way. I think the Bills will say the same thing. Based off his athletic profile, speaking on Cole Bishop, he's somebody that they will really like because he can do different things, but it remains to be seen if he can do it at the NFL level.
Speaking with Carl Jones on the Western Hotline. Carl, how about Elijah Moore, Josh Palmer, the two moves the offense makes? They have two receivers go out, two receivers come in. That's pretty much the change for the offense. The new fits, how do you like it, and how important was getting Moore to be in that mix?
I like them for the sole purpose of it helps slot players in different roles, maybe the roles that they'll be more conducive to playing. Like I think of Keon Coleman. I tweeted this out the other day where, the Bills really want him to be an outside receiver, and you know what? They're going to give him every opportunity to do that. But if they get to week 12 and they just find out that his skill set isn't strong enough to do that, or maybe not just strong enough, it just doesn't fit in that box, well, then you have a Josh Palmer who majors outside, and then you also have an Elijah Moore who can do some things outside as well. So if it is third down and you want to go 2-by-2, so Elijah Moore on one side, Josh Palmer on the other, Khalil Shakir in one slot, and then Keon Coleman can be your other slot guy, and now you have options. When you didn't have an Elijah Moore or a Josh Palmer, Keon Coleman, no matter how bad that you maybe wanted to see him in the slot, he couldn't go in there because there wasn't just the bodies to go outside. So I like Elijah Moore. He's a nice separator. I don't know if he's like the deep threat that everyone is clamoring for, but I also don't think that Josh Allen is one of the quarterbacks who needs a pure, hey, line up on the line of scrimmage and just fly. His arm kind of meets in the middle with a lot of that stuff. So I like the move, though. Josh Palmer will be probably the sacrificial X on a lot of routes, which I think he signed up to be. And then Elijah Moore, I like the swing. I mean, listen, if he doesn't work out, I mean, it's late April, early May. What else type of player are we trying to get on the receiver market this time of year?
You talking about Palmer that way? Are those, what do they call those? The empty calories? He's got those ones in the future, you think? The carb routes?
The cardio routes.
Love of the game routes, right? Like,
yeah.
I don't mean that in a negative way, but it's like you also need certain body types to be there, but also someone that will at least pose some type of threat. Because if you throw me out there at X receiver, well, there's no one that's going to believe that I'm actually going to get the ball on this route. Like I'm running a clear out post. Maybe back in the day I could scoot a little bit, but right now the defense is like, oh my God, it's like we playing 10-on-10 right now because that dude's useless. Josh Palmer will provide some threat out there when he's on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, that's something we talked with Sam Monson last week, and when we asked him about the receiver room, he kind of had the same thing. Like I like what they've done. It's just kind of confusing to me. They don't have a true X receiver on the entire roster. Even Palmer can play the X, but even Sam put it like I think he's best at the Z position, and Coleman might be at his best at the slot position. It's like these guys can play the X, but is anybody on the depth chart at their best when they're out there?
Yeah, and I think I do want to mention this as well, though. 60-70% of the game, I'm just spitballing here a little bit. I don't think the receiver designations in terms of X, Y, and Z will truly matter. The Bills play so many condensed formations. They use a lot of motion to free up their guys and get releases anyways. I mean, how many times have you seen Khalil Shakir do that over motion behind the line of scrimmage? Or you see the X and D receiver 3 yards away from Deion Dawkins and Spencer Brown. Those are ways that you can manufacture space and manufacture free releases. Now, when it does come up is when it's 3rd and 7 and you can't do all that stuff. You just got to line up on the line of scrimmage and go. That's where it'll come up a little bit more, where like, hey, we can't I don't want to, tear up any old wounds here. I'm not trying to see over emotion on 4th and 5 anymore. And you do that because you don't have the personnel to just go win on 4th and 5, right? I remember that I'm speaking of the play against the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC Championship game. I mean, you think about the play before that, they're running the screen to Amari Cooper on 3rd and long. So, like, there's obviously many ways that you can get there. And I know that most of the game, the designations won't matter because they do such a good job of motion and where they align their receivers on the field. But hey, it's 3rd and 6. Somebody got to go win, and I think that's when it will show up.
Which, Carl, like, this kind of gets to the big, conversation about this among Bills Mafia or whatever, like the Bills' internal conversations. Their offense has been tremendous. There's no disputing that. They've shown they can go months and months and months. It really is down to a couple plays and whether or not this version of this offense will have the answers in those spots.
Yeah, and you're going to need one or two of these guys to just really become that guy in certain situations. I'm thinking about money downs, 2 minute. And I love Khalil Shakir and what he's done and the value that he's provided as a 5th-round pick, I believe, in the 2022 draft. But he's not necessarily a guy who, like, hey, it's 3rd and 6, press coverage, Trey McDuffie's on him. Josh Allen doesn't care. He's still going there. I think the Bills are going to need, whether it is a Keon Coleman, a Josh Palmer, or Dalton Kincaid maybe can take that step from a tight end position. Hey, Elijah Moore, you just got him playing with Josh Allen, the best quarterback he's ever had in his career. He can take that step. They're going to need to find just one player who they can fit in that role. And it's going to be difficult because usually those guys either A, go high in the draft, or you got to give up some draft capital to go get them. But they got to find that guy because, like you just mentioned, man, 3rd and 5 AFC Championship game, 4th and 6. Josh Allen can only do but so much because Steve Spagnuolo is bringing 6 and 7, and he don't have much time to go through routes. You just got to go to his guy and pray that they win.
Carl Jones on the Western Hotline. Carl, thanks very much, and good luck to the Cavs. I think it'll be fine, right? You'll be all right.
I think I would still pick them to win the series. That's not
Cavs
crazy.
in 5.
In 5.
Cavs in 5. I'll see y'all in 2 weeks when we're going against Boston, and then I'm going to need some prayers to see how we take down the Jays.
All right. Thanks, Carl, as always.
Yeah, you have a good one.
All right, Carl Jones of Channel 4. You can follow him on Twitter as well, and I would recommend it. He's great stuff, at Jones11_ to follow Carl from News 4 Buffalo. Syracuse football alumni. I did not bring up the fact that Syracuse lacrosse just won the ACC. Just didn't bring it up, Joe. We're approaching
Syracuse lacrosse.
Yes, Syracuse lacrosse. Huh. It's lacrosse's time of year. The Bandits coming up on the actual national championship when Memorial Day, all that Memorial Day weekend.
Didn't they win last year in men's soccer also?
A couple years ago, they won men's soccer at the national championship. That was pretty great.
No, that
went to kicks, and that was very dramatic.
Yeah, it's good. Syracuse is a lacrosse and soccer school now.
That is right. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Something.
No complaints.
It's not a basketball school anymore.
No, that is.
Sorry.
I'm
sorry.
It's like during the drought when I'd go on the road and the Patriots fan, like, the Bills stink. I'm like, yeah, I know.
A good one.
You're not really hurting me here. Yeah. All right. 803-0550. Sal, when we return, we're going to recap the Micah Hyde charity softball event and just, talk to him for a few minutes because it's a big event. They sell that thing out. They get a lot of fans there, some weather, but a lot of people in town who won the home run derby. So we'll check it with Sal. A good day for Micah Hyde, a good day for the community to raise money for a great cause. Check in there. Brayton Wilson at 9:30 on the NHL prospects. That if you watch the drawing tonight, who are we drawing for? It's not a McDavid. It's not a Matthews. Who is it? That's coming up at 9:30. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. But I put up a Twitter poll today if you want to get a Bills conversation going, which, we're always open for that. Throwing a grade on the offseason. How would you rate their results, filling needs, adding talent, etc.? And, a poll like this does not allow me the opportunity to throw in all of the pluses and minuses like A-, B+, C+, B-. So I just have an A, B, C, and F, which, I guess I could have put D up there instead of F, but whatever. It's Twitter poll.
Right.
I like to say it's not congressional testimony, it's a Twitter poll. So ABCF, what do you want? And as you might expect, F's not getting a lot. and C's not getting a lot. It's between A and B is the very firm 64% of those voting say Bills get a B on the offseason. And maybe those people want to put a B plus on that, or maybe the A's are an A plus, but B is winning the Twitter poll, which is not surprising to me at all. Right? No. They went out and they overhauled their front four. They filled some big holes, and the thing that probably keeps it from being an A.
Yeah, that's my curiosity. Why are people not answering?
I'll give you an answer to this. And I'm going to steal something from the draft, and that's this. You know how in the draft we hear every year there's only 13 first-round picks, even though there are 32?
Yeah.
I kind of want to borrow that idea or borrow that concept and say, I don't know what team in the NFL does get an A-plus this offseason. Because forget the draft for a moment. The draft is... some teams made some big moves like Travis Hunter to Jacksonville. Who was the biggest player that moved this offseason? Was it Metcalf?
Metcalf.
That it?
But you're not going to give Pittsburgh an A because they don't have
a quarterback. So I almost want to say, I'm not sure if I want to give any team an A on the offseason. Mm-hmm. Nobody traded for Myles Garrett. Nobody traded for Max Crosby. Who's the biggest name that moved? Was it Milton Williams, Josh Sweat? Free agency was plundering the Eagles a little bit. The Bills went out and got their middle-tier signings at positions that made sense. Mm-hmm. It's almost to say, I'm not saying a B is an insult, but maybe the people that are voting B, which is kind of where I land. I landed about a B+. It's a nice offseason. Schedule comes out in 9 days.
Yeah. Yep.
How much of the last year at Highmark? How much of that matters to you, the last year at Highmark?
It does. It does. I mean, it hasn't hit right now, and I don't know how emotional or unemotional I expect to be when it's, the last game in the stadium, the last regular season game specifically, because, we won't know if it's the final playoff game. We could know it's the final playoff game, I guess, in some instances. I don't know, it's... For me, how many we're getting more and more amazing moments now, so it's not as nostalgic, I guess, because they all kind of feel top of mind. All the greatest moments that I can think of experiencing in that stadium. Because for me, I mean, I'm growing up during the drought, so how nostalgic can you get about what? Leotis McKelvin kick return touchdowns and games where they won 13-10 to go to 5-6. But for someone that lived through the 90s, I bet it'll be and even back to the 70s with OJ. I'm sure this will be a very emotional send off.
Part of what you're getting at there also might be, nostalgia is a thing that a team leans into when there's not something better to pay attention to.
Right,
and
which is why the Sabres are basking in it for the last couple of years.
Right, whereas if the Bills are throwing nostalgia out there this year for the final year of the stadium, that's all well and good and welcome, but the present day is about as good as it gets.
Right,
I'm watching the present day Bills and thinking, yeah, the old times. We had a lot of fun here. Are they going to beat the Eagles? Because they're home against the Eagles this year.
Right.
And they're home against the Bengals this year, and the Ravens and the Chiefs.
Right, the final the final regular season game at the stadium. What if it's for the 1 seed? What would it be more about? It might be more about the send-off of the stadium, but we'll go into that week thinking this is the game for the 1 seed. You win and you clinch it. You finally get it over Kansas City. And it's also the final game at the stadium. The Winnipeg Jets with a comeback for the ages last night. Game 7 against the Blues. They were down 2 with a few minutes to go. They scored twice, including a goal with just over 1 second to play by Cole Perfetti. And then Winnipeg wins it in double overtime to advance to round number 2. Tonight in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Panthers and Maple Leafs at 8 o'clock. In the NBA, the Warriors won Game 7 against the Rockets to advance. Tonight, it's Knicks and Celtics Game 1 and the Nuggets and Thunder Game 1 as well. The Bandits advance to the NLL Finals with a win over Vancouver over the weekend. They'll be looking for a three-peat. They do not get rolling, though, it's 10 days from tonight is Game 1 of the NLL Finals. Tonight's the NHL Draft Lottery, 7 o'clock for that. The Sabres have a 6.5% chance at number 1 and a 6.7% chance at pick number 2. They are much more likely to pick at either 7th or 8th. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I just saw the lower bowl angle of Winnipeg's goal with 1.6 to play, which immediately transports me back to the lower bowl angle of the Drury goal against the Rangers, which is better than the broadcast view. Something about those videos taken in the stands, although the Drury one is significantly grainier because phones didn't do what phones do now. Anyway.
I also learned that, I looked this up over the weekend, the longer those videos sit on YouTube, the more they're compressed and the worse the quality gets.
Oh, all right.
So if you're watching some video from like the 06 Sabres that was uploaded in like 2007, it over time is getting worse and worse.
So the TV wasn't that bad back then?
No, I mean, it was definitely worse,
right.
The TV was, but it's not as bad as you're seeing.
All right. Sal, were you at the Drury game against the Rangers? Were you there for that one? Wow.
No, so it was May 4th, 07, correct? Do you know what night that was? Was that a Friday night, a Saturday night? Do you remember specifically?
I'm pretty sure it was a weekday because I feel like I remember going to school the next day and talking about it.
I'm looking right now, I'm going to look at my old calendar. You can scroll on your Apple phone or your iPhone and stuff. You can scroll on whatever phone, I'm sure. 2007, I got it right here. May 4th, right? That was a Friday night.
Okay.
Friday night. So that's what it makes sense because what I remember is, I was coaching at a track meet, and I told Yana, I said, don't tell me what happens in the game. I don't want to follow it. And, and it was back then, I don't think, we weren't on Twitter or anything. I think Twitter came a couple years later for me, so I didn't want to follow it. And she knew. She watched it. She did not tell me.
Wow.
And I watched the game when I got home and replayed it and saw it. So it was happening to me for the first time, but it had already taken place, basically.
Yeah.
And you would have been in Florida? You said?
I was in Florida, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Right, because
back then, who knows? I don't remember, exactly. Was it on maybe what channel was it on then? Versus or whatever it was at the time.
Probably.
Was it on that channel?
Yeah.
Right. So I think we had the ability to get a TiVo or something. I don't know. Not like today. There's a lot of different ways you do this stuff.
Right, because it's the Sal curse. Sal came back to Buffalo and they haven't made the playoffs since. Sorry, Sal. It's not your fault.
Thanks, Joe.
It's not your fault. I promise. I think.
I know. I did. That is true, though. The Sabres' last playoff appearance was like 4 months before I returned here. That is correct.
Wow. Well, Sal, you were at the Micah Hyde charity softball event yesterday. I know you're on the field for that, a big part of that event. And, a lot of people show up to that, have a great time. How'd it go? Give us the recap. I know the weather wasn't perfect, but it looked like everybody had a good time.
Well, let me just start by saying what an amazing job the Buffalo Bisons did, Micah's entire team, the Imagine for Youth Foundation that he's a part of, everybody that's involved with all of it. And I went through everybody. I wouldn't have enough time, but anybody who was involved in it, they did a great job because it was excuse me, guys, constant communication, leading up. What do we do? How do we handle the weather? The Bisons, they're a minor league team that, they're a professional baseball team, so they know how to handle weather. I think the things you have to think about is wet field, these professional football players, making sure everything's safe for them, all that kind of stuff that goes into it. The timing of it. I'll tell you this, we have friends in town from Florida, and we got to see them last night. They're staying downtown at a hotel. And my friend said, "Oh my God, I couldn't believe these people were tailgating for a softball game. We saw these Bills fans outside at 9, 10 o'clock." I said, "That's what we do here in Buffalo, right?" So from that standpoint, it was great. Still sold out the event. It was unbelievable. The event went off. The only thing that changed really was the game took place before the home run derby because we wanted to make sure we got the game in case it did rain because of the timing of the rain. But everything still got in. Played 6 innings. The offense defended their crown. They wound up beating the defense maybe like 9-4, 9-5 through a 6-inning game. They defended their crown, so 2-time champs for the offense. And I got to tell you guys, I mean, I don't know what background. I have to look into what Mitch Trubisky has in baseball or softball, but holy cow, he was amazing. Like, he was making plays at shortstop that would fit inside the stadium they were playing, if you get my drift, right?
Yeah,
He was unbelievable. And even I heard like Derek Forrest, who plays, who's now safety for the Bills, he was there. And he, like, after the game, he was talking. I overheard him, and I started talking to him about it. He said, "Oh, my God." He goes, like, did Mitch, like, play high-level baseball? Like, that was incredible. Like, seriously, that's how impressive he was. So, really good job by him. So then we get to the home run derby, and it was there were 8 guys in the home run derby. And the Ray Davis was leading with 3. You only get 7 swings that aren't home runs count as an out. You get 7 outs. So 1 round through because of the rain. We didn't do all these, brackets or stuff. So Ray Davis was in the lead, and then Keon Coleman had 2, but he kept arguing that he had 3 because there was 1 swing that he said he didn't want to count, but we still counted it. So Keon wanted to get back in, but it didn't matter because Dwayne Carter actually wound up with 4 home runs, maybe 5, to actually take home the home run derby championship. He had not played last year. It was his first time at the game, so congratulations, Dwayne Carter. He is the new home run champion.
Okay. What was Coleman's problem? He took a swing and then said after that he didn't swing, or
no, it's not it. He was literally just like there was no doubt. It was a 2-swinger. He thought that because it was cool what he did. What happened was he had 2 home runs at the time. He took a swing and he swung so hard he spun around. He hit the ball twice. So he hit the ball again. He fouled it off. Wow. The ball was kind of there, and as he swung around, the ball hit again, and it went fair. And yes, that's a swing, but he's like, but that's so cool, I shouldn't count it as a swing. Right?
I agree with
he's just trying to sneak his way in there, to be quite honest with you.
I agree with that.
So he got counted as 2 swings on the same pitch?
No, he didn't get counted as 2 swings, Joe. He's just saying that was so cool, you shouldn't count that. Like I did a thing nobody else did.
I agree with that. I think that makes I was just showing you a trick shot that I can do. Now now I want my real swing.
Yes, that's exactly kind of what he was saying. Like you on the golf course, Jeremy, when someone rolls the ball, you do the one-timer.
That's right.
You're like, that's not my real drive.
That's right.
That's just me showing you what I could do.
I haven't done the one-timer in a long time, by the way.
Yeah, there's a sneakiness to the trick shot, because if you pull off the trick shot, he's going to want that home run counted the same way if I walk up to a putt that's 8 feet away and I go between the legs and I miss it, I'm going to go, it doesn't count. But if it goes in, I'm like, that's a par.
That's how trick shot, yeah.
Now,
I support that.
Ray Davis had none of it. He had none of it. He's like, that does not count. It didn't matter at the end of the day, I guess, because Dwayne Carter beat them both, thank goodness. But Keon was still, he was still pleading his case. Right. Keon wanted to get that last swing. And honestly, I would say that the fans would have loved it, because we did a thing, the Bisons did, and Micah's team did a thing where they had, for the first time ever, a fan vote which one of the players gets an additional $2,500 to their foundation. And they'd scan a QR code and vote for the players, and Keon actually won the fan vote. Nice. So he was the most popular kind of MVP by the fans. So one of the most awesome things that Micah's foundation is doing now, because it's been going on for so long and there's so much money raised, guys, Micah's foundation gave $3,500 to each of 8 different players who have their own foundations, which is amazing. Awesome. Right? And then on top of that, they had the fan vote for another $2,500. Keon won that. Keon also hit a bomb home run where he rounded third base, and he started doing backflips down the third base line to get to home plate. I'm not kidding. He's an amazing athlete.
Yeah, between football, basketball, now he's mashing baseballs and gymnastics along the way.
Incredible.
Yeah. Very cool. All right, Sal. This week, of course, we're getting closer and closer to the schedule reveal. Do you text Mike North, every couple days about some insider info? How's that work?
I don't this time of year, because I don't want to intrude on him, and he's got a lot going on, and I don't want to be that guy that, you overdo it a little bit too much, he's going to stop giving me information, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
But I do text him once in a while an operational question, if that makes sense, and other things that I'm hearing, and I'm like, hey, is this possible? And he'll say, well, yes. He doesn't tell me what's happening for sure, because he doesn't want that out there, and he doesn't want to leak it. And a lot of times they don't know, quite frankly, guys, because as I've said before, and he's gone over this, the schedule isn't done until a couple days before it comes out. It really isn't. They know certain things about the schedule. I will text Mike once in a while, though, and just ask him, hey, I'm hearing that this could be possible. Would you guys actually consider this? And that's when he'll say, well, think of it this way, Sal. If we do that, we have to balance this. We have to balance that. And that's when I'll formulate some opinions about what might happen.
Well, the biggest question, of course, is will the Bills go to Ireland, right? Is that the big question? I mean,
Yes.
They could play on any number of days, but they have a game against the Steelers, and you've talked about this a bit, whether Pittsburgh and if it's Rodgers against Green Bay. I'd imagine it's really tough what to do with the Steelers when you don't know who their quarterback's going to be.
I'm going to go back and listen to your podcast with Mike North in full again this week, Sal, but correct me if I'm wrong. At this point, they're designing the schedule until, and I know it's finalized in a couple days before, but they're doing the schedule now as though Rodgers isn't a Steeler.
You have to. There might be a chance in there, and maybe Mike alluded to this in a little way, like to think about, like, of course it could happen, right? That you know that could happen, and you have to kind of think about that. But I think what happens here is with the league, and by the way, thanks, Joe, and you should do, and if anybody hasn't listened to it, it's Always Game Day in Buffalo. Just type in Always Game Day in Buffalo, Mike North, and we've done it for many years, but Matt Bove and I had him on last month, and it went for an hour and a half. It's a really, really informative, educational, fun listen about the NFL schedule, and a lot of these questions we ask about, which is this question. And I think what helps what the NFL schedule makers here, Joe, is the Steelers are already a national brand, right? They don't need Aaron Rodgers to elevate them. And I know people go, come on, it's the Steelers, but they really are. I mean, they have fans all around the country. We see it. They travel well. Now, are we saying that they're going to have the exact same number of primetime games if they knew that Aaron Rodgers was the quarterback versus not? No, but I think that they will still already get their fair share of that kind of treatment with or without Aaron Rodgers. So I think that helps them in this regard. It's not like, I don't know, pick a team. The Arizona Cardinals, right? Maybe that would change the equation if they knew or not knew a little bit more. As far as Ireland is concerned, there was a report a couple weeks ago that Mark Murphy, the president of the Packers, who's from Clarence, he said he believes the Steelers will protect that game against the Packers at home, meaning don't send it to Ireland. Now, according to the information I had from Mike publicly was, yeah, we consult teams on this. They don't have the final say. What I've since learned is there could be a protection along the way. So let's just say it that way, right? Like, I don't know how full on they go, you get to protect this game or that game or how many games, but I think if the Steelers are steadfast about we're not sending that game there, I guess that's the case. But we don't know how the Steelers are actually going to feel. But that's what Mark Murphy said from the Packers, thinking that they wouldn't go to Ireland, meaning I would say that leads a little bit more towards the Bills.
All right.
Or another team. I think it's going to be I think it'd be like the Vikings or Seahawks, because I don't think it's going to be in those North teams. Mm-hmm. And you already have Miami going to Europe, and you already have whoever else they play at home going to Europe. So you just have to narrow it down a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys. Thanks a lot.
Sal Capaccio checking in on his schedule a little bit and on the Micah Hyde charity softball game. New at BuffaloBills.com. I just found this just now, just going to the website. They have at their front page the Highmark Stadium Update Stadium Signage Test, where they're hanging the big letters. I think they just...
One letter.
The K.
The K.
Just a K. But a big K just hung up because they're going to install the name of Highmark Stadium at a later date. But
they said, I think watching the video that they put out that they don't have all the letters, like they're being made, and like they'll get them slowly over the next. I think they said over the next like 8 months or something. So the K is up though, unless they took it back down.
Did they take it back down? I think they take it down.
Okay, they put it up just to test.
Yeah,
and then that makes
maybe they leave it up for a little while. Yeah, but the whole name is up at a later date. But in this video, you see some pictures, an overhead drone shot, just to give you an idea of just how much the stadium is done. I mean, like whatever structurally, pretty cool. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. The Bandits are going to the NLL Finals again. They have a chance to win their third in a row. And Joe was joking about, three-peat. You pay for the rights to use the term three-peat.
Yeah, so Pat Riley owns it.
Here's the idea, everybody. You want to do it or not? If the Bandits are to win, the Bandits should tweet at and troll the Kansas City Chiefs and say, 3 in a row, this is how it looks. You want to do it? Why not? Because of the Bills? They're a different team. The Bandits, this is how it's done. 3 in a row.
Just so we can fire up, Nick Wright to be like, The Bills owner is trolling the Chiefs with his lacrosse team. Sick move. Sick burn.
All right, Nick Wright. Thank you for drawing attention to a 3-time champion. Knock on wood.
That's true. That's how you would
That's how you get attention.
That's how you would get your views, your clicks.
3 in a row. This is how it's done at Kansas City Chiefs. Just saying. It's right there for you. NFL offseason rolls on. We're 9 days away from the schedule, which is when it feels like you're not allowed to say what you think a team's record will be until you see the order of the games. I subscribe to that. What do you think for the Bills? 14-3? I don't know. I got to see what the order of the games is. 13-4?
Even though we do know the opponents and where they're being played. And
we do, but we're going to make plans. Are we going to be watching them play Philadelphia on Christmas?
Yeah.
Here? Are we going to watch them on a Thursday night on the road? Is there a short week in getting ready for Cincinnati? All these things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're a week away from leaks, I would say. Right? 2 days before is when you first start getting the first bits of information. What's the thing we're most interested to find out? Is it the prime time? Is it the final game in the stadium? Is it the opener? Like, if I could tell you right now, you can find out the one thing about the schedule, any one thing about the schedule you want. What would it be?
I'd want to know if they're playing on Christmas.
Okay.
But I think they are. I fully expect that they are.
And you want them to play on Christmas?
I don't know that I want that, no. But I just expect there. It's a triple header.
Okay.
So Christmas Day night. Something like that.
Yeah.
Give the country a snowy snow globe game at night.
Right. Right, it's going to be Buffalo, Green Bay. They're going to pick what are the most likely snow globe destination cities?
Yep.
Pittsburgh, or they already did Pittsburgh, maybe Cleveland or something will get thrown in the mix there for a home game.
Bills Steelers could be a game. Whatever. We'll see in 9 days the schedule, and then we'll have an idea. Although
that one would be in Pittsburgh.
That's right. This time next week, we might have a couple answers. Like Pittsburgh's playing in Ireland.
Right.
We don't know who the team that's going to play in Ireland against Pittsburgh is. That could be the Bills. So maybe an international trip is on the way. Hey, so the NHL draft lottery is tonight.
Before we get to that, join us in the fight against cancer. Ride with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team. Saturday, June 28th. You can join our team, pick up or you get your email to pick up your team t-shirt and water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. If you're not riding, you can still support the cause by donating to our team and helping us reach our goal of $10,000 before the ride. Visit WGR550.com for details.
Draft lottery tonight. The Sabres have a 6.5% chance of picking first overall, 6.7% picking number 2, and then there's this very odd 0.2% chance of picking number 3.
Yeah, even though they don't draw for the third pick.
No, they only draw 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So how could they pick third?
In the extremely unlikely circumstance in which one of the bottom 5 teams, Detroit or the Islanders through the Flames. No, Detroit through the Flames, 12 through 16. One of those teams gets drawn, and then the Sabres get drawn because you can only go up 10 spots.
Yeah.
There's a rule that you can only go up 10. So Detroit, Columbus, Utah, Vancouver, Calgary, I believe none of them can pick first. So if they get picked, and then the Sabres get picked, well then, you can't pick first, Columbus. So
Columbus can't even pick second. Columbus can only go up to 3.
Okay, so Detroit.
It's only Detroit.
Oh, so it is only Detroit.
It's Detroit or the Rangers.
So it would be Detroit gets drawn, then the Sabres get drawn.
Right, because Detroit can only go up to 2.
And then the Sabres would get number 3. That's it.
Okay.
That one instance is the only way they could pick third.
It's weird.
Which, by the way, so I'm not even really treating it as, only 6.5 for number 1. 13 point, if I include that small percentage for third, 13.4 to pick in the top 3. Because I have not seen any consensus on who the top pick is. We'll talk with Brayton.
Yeah.
But to me, pick 1 pick 2 might feel almost the same as pick 1 tonight.
Sim lottery once, twice. I'm picking 9th.
Well, that's the worst case scenario.
It's as far as you could drop. Yeah, Anaheim and Pittsburgh went up to 1 and 2. Great Pittsburgh. Have a good time.
Would that be the worst team to win tonight?
I wouldn't
Pittsburgh.
care.
I mean, it's not like they're getting a Crosby, but they finally are bad and they win the first pick.
Boston's worst.
Okay, that's right.
Boston is worse.
No, Boston would be worse.
We'll talk with Brayton on the players who this lottery is really for. The last I heard about it was basically there's a top 4.
Right.
There's an established top 4, not anybody that ranks like, one of these generational guys or even a consensus number 1 guy. 803-0550. So Brayton gives us the update on that at 9:30. Jeremy and Joe, we have some trivia for you coming up next segment, some stats of the day, and reliving playoff glories gone by, because Winnipeg's moment reminds us of a couple great ones around here that have been so far gone. You can give us a ring if you want, 803-0550 on WGR. Jeremy White here for Atwell Eye Care. Having trouble seeing clearly while driving, whether it's in bright sunlight or at night, you may have cataracts, a natural part of aging. There is a solution. Call Atwell Eye Care today at 716-896-8831 or visit atwelleye.com. Cataract surgery, simple. Common procedure. Atwell can offer customized options tailored just for you. With a variety of lens choices and the latest technology available, Atwell will help you see the 716 better than ever before. So, learn more by going to atwelleye.com. Schedule a cataract evaluation at atwelleye.com. Find out when their next no pressure, no obligation Cataract Lunch and Learn event is. Meet Dr. Atwell, ask questions, get the info you need. Don't let cataracts hold you back. Get back to clearer vision with Atwell Eye Care, official eye care provider of the Buffalo Bills. The eye care I trust for my family. It's at atwelleye.com and schedule your evaluation today.
The Winnipeg Jets had a win for the ages in the playoffs last night. Game 7, they were down 2 with a couple minutes to play. They scored once, then they scored again with just over 1 second remaining to tie the game. They win it in double overtime. Jets on to the next round, beating the Blues. Tonight is Game 1 between the Panthers and the Maple Leafs. 8 o'clock puck drop. In the NBA, the Warriors won Game 7 over the Rockets last night to advance to round number 2, where they will play Minnesota. Tonight is Game 1 between the Knicks and the Celtics at 7 o'clock. The Bandits win over the weekend. They are going to the NLL Finals, third year in a row, looking for a third straight championship. 10 days from today will be the beginning of that series. And tonight's the NHL Draft Lottery, 7 o'clock on ESPN. At least that's where it's being promoted for it starting. We'll see if it actually gets drawn before like 7:30. Sabres have a 6.5% chance to pick first, 6.7 to pick second. They are much more likely to pick 7th or 8th. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Puck goes to the boards, though. The Rangers. Here's Drury after it in the corner. Drury spun it out in front. There's the shot. Blocked in front. Rebound. Goal! Buffalo scores! Chris Drury. Who else? Chris Drury has tied it at 1 with 7.7 seconds to go. Oh, brother. Roy wins the draw. Pominville smoked it wide of the net. Kalinin keeping it in. Kalinin drops it back. Held in there. Finnegan off with a shot. Goal! Finnegan off, blows it by Lundqvist. Maxim Finnegan off, gives Buffalo the win in overtime.
How is it possible that was 18 years ago?
Yep.
How is that possible? I mean, you know what?
It's crazy.
Here's a fun question. Does that feel like 18 years ago? Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
It feels like a long time ago.
Yeah, it really does.
I mean, it's a long time ago. On the anniversary of the Drury goal against the Rangers, we get Winnipeg with 1.6 seconds to go. And not a Game 5, but a Game 7.
Yeah.
That they ultimately win. Boy, the Blues. Rough.
Yeah. Reminder, by the way, not to take credit away from my guy, but I am convinced that Thomas Vanek scored that goal to win it in Game 5 against the Rangers. You slow it down, it looks like he deflects it.
You got a piece of it?
It looks like he deflects it. I'm not sure he'll ever admit to it, or if he would even remember, but it does feel like 18 years ago.
18 years ago.
It feels like a long time.
Yeah.
All of it feels like a long time.
So I would have been 27. What was it like to be 27?
I mean, I remember.
You remember being 27?
I remember being 27. It was not that long ago for me.
Yeah.
That's a good age, I think, to go to experience a team like that too. I mean, I'm 11 and 12, so that's prime also in its own way. But yeah, 11 and 12.
Yeah, 27.
I'm in middle school.
I had season tickets. I was going to 30 games a year.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
I'm not even 27. I'm 26.
That night
That's
was
the
more
craziest part about all this.
Was that night more a relief? It was the series. The series was relief.
The series. I mean, the whole season was stress.
Yeah,
because they won the President's Trophy. The first round against the Islanders was stressful. They won it in 5.
Right. Imagine that, being disappointed in the play of a series win in 5.
Something didn't look right. The Islanders rolled out Wade Dublowitz in round 1, wasn't it? Was that right? In game 1?
In game 1.
And then DiPietro after that?
Yeah, I think he comes
back. And they won in 5, and we're like, okay.
Yeah.
And then they beat the Rangers, and then the Ottawa series. And
yeah.
just, went quick.
The Ottawa series, which you said this earlier, I guess I don't remember them losing each of the first 3 games by 1 goal.
Yeah.
All my memory bank is just they got hammered in that series. But I guess the games were close.
Yep.
And then overtime in Game 5. I mean, they probably weren't coming back and winning it anyway, but...
Game 2 and Game 5.
Miller made... Yeah, I said this earlier, that last night, I had a buddy text me that goal with 1 second left by Winnipeg's one of the greatest playoff goals ever, and I said to him, they got to win it first. They got to win the game or no one will ever remember it. Mm-hmm. And there's a save in Game 5 that Miller makes, I think on Spezza, that if they had won that game and then somehow come back to win the series, it would be the greatest save in Buffalo Sabre history. Mm. Like, to save the season... It's what's the famous save he makes on the Bruins? You know what I'm talking about though, like the
3-on-0,
the 3-on-0 paddle save. It's like that.
Yeah.
But it's an overtime of an elimination playoff game. But then they lost like 10 minutes later. So
there are millions of plays that are just forgotten because the team lost the game and they don't get remembered.
Diggs in Arizona
before the Hail Murray is a great play. Sure, you've got. I'm thinking about the Super Bowl where they don't hand the ball to Marshawn Lynch. Throwing down the field to the receiver. Curse.
It goes off his Jermaine Curse.
Yeah.
It gets kicked up in the air a couple times.
Yes, it's a ridiculous catch. The Patriots almost lost another Super Bowl on an absurd catch down the field.
Right, that's right. Forgot about that.
By the way, maybe teams should have been throwing downfield on the Patriots more. Anyway, yeah, you don't remember that play. You don't remember the plays that are just mixed in that are all-time great moments if your team just ultimately loses.
Yeah. Well, they did throw the ball down the field, just they did it on the 1-yard line.
That's right.
Yeah.
Looking back, that might have been a mistake. Well, good morning, 803-0550. I've got it in my notes as we go down memory lane here to ask you guys a question. I don't know why I have this written down, but how much did we ever talk about how much I paid for my first car?
Your first car?
The first car that I bought. Yeah. Have we ever discussed it?
I don't think so. I can guess it's a ridiculously low price.
Okay.
What is this going to be? Like 1997?
Yeah.
Ish for you?
96, probably.
Okay.
1996, probably. I'm 17.
What does a used car cost in 1996?
What did I pay for my first car in 1996?
You paid...
I'll take 3 guesses from you 3 youngins.
I'm going to guess like $1,900.
Okay, 1,900 is in.
1,900.
Any guesses? Owen, Josh?
I would probably go a little higher than that, like $2,500.
Okay, Josh? We have 19 and 25.
I'm going to go with 27.
Okay.
Oh.
19, 25, and 27. You kind of priced this right, Owen, there. Yeah. You didn't give him a lot of room for...
The car was 8 years old, if that helps or makes you think anything different. It was a 1988 vehicle.
I'm thinking about how much my first car costs, and there's a difference there of about 15 years, 16 years probably. So I think I'm taking enough off.
I might lower down to like $1,200.
Down to 12. Okay.
I'm going to 12.
You're going down. You're cutting your price in half because he said it was 8 years old.
100%.
I assumed his first car
$1,350.
Gosh,
I'm surprised you guys are changing it so much. I said assuming that your car was at least like 5 years old.
Yeah. Well, 8.
I'm sticking 1,900.
Okay, correct answer. $700.
Yes.
What
do you mean yes?
I was the closest.
You doubled it.
My first car, I paid $700.
None of us were right. I'm not giving anybody the win there.
I have to take credit for being closest.
No, this is Price.
I win. Right. Price is right.
Price is right. If you go over, you lose.
That's right. And also, you went over by double.
Yeah.
$700.
True.
$700.
Yep. For a vehicle.
What was it?
It was a Daytona, an '88 Daytona.
I don't even know what that is.
Wow.
Pop-up headlights, two-door.
Oh, the pop-up head. That's an '80s car if I've ever seen one.
$700.
Wow.
A 1988 Daytona.
Yep. What a car.
I mean, it kind of looks like a sports car.
And it's sporty.
Sporty
for 1996, and in high school with a car.
This is not the car they used in Back to the Future.
And that's a DeLorean.
Okay, they all look the
same.
That
pop-up headlights. The DeLorean has pop-up headlights.
Was that your generation's version of like the Pontiac Grand Prix? Because seven of my friends had that in high school.
He had that also.
I did have one of those.
Yeah.
That was my second car.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
I think my dad's first car was like a super cool old cop car that he's told me about. I think it was a Judge, maybe is what it was called, and he talks about that all the time, and I'm like, this is so unfair.
You know, I feel like my generation doesn't have the cool old for our first car stories.
No, you guys.
Like I like hearing about these old because these cars don't exist anymore. None of them do.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And I would still say like my first car was a Camry, which is like that's a normal car.
Right. Still around.
Yeah.
I had a Pathfinder. It was my first car.
Am I getting yelled at in the chat for confusing a Daytona with a DeLorean? By the way.
Not yet.
I don't think you should be yelled at. They both had pop-up headlights. They didn't look that different.
We just have people in the chat that are sharing what their first car was.
Yeah.
Like a 95 Dodge Intrepid.
Intrepid. Yep.
Yeah.
Intrepid was the same as like a Stratus, same general, sedan-y kind of thing.
Yeah. $700.
Yeah. How about that?
Awesome. Did you ever have one of those old station wagons with like the wood paneling on the side?
My mom had a van with wood paneling.
That's going to make a comeback, isn't it?
I think it did.
My mom had a Chrysler Pacifica with some wood paneling on it when I was a kid.
I think the paneling came back.
It like already had its retro phase and then it's gone again?
Yeah, I think so.
Because I don't see them on the road now.
There's not a lot of wood paneling out there. I don't know. I don't know why I wrote that down to bring that up, but
I mean, you were right to. We were all way off.
Yeah.
It's true. You got us all.
$700. 803-0550, our phone number, at 1-888-550-2550. Monday, schedule time.
I hope so much they're going to Ireland. I don't know. From listening to Sal, though, I'm not pinning a lot of hopes on it.
Well, the one thing about the international games is we really shouldn't treat them that they need a selling point because the international games are just on at 9:30.
Yeah.
And that's, for us here, are you more likely to watch it or is it just the game's on? It's 9:30.
It's
just a game on.
Just the game's on, I think.
Bills-Jags, that was in London. Was that a high-profile game? That's the Bills and the Jaguars. If you are thinking, it's the Jags that bring the Bills. That was a Bills home game. That's right.
Right.
That was a Bills home game.
I don't think they've
that went to London.
played a road game overseas, right? Now, I'm wondering, does it also matter at all? I could look at trends on this. Maybe this information is kind of out there, that if you have 9 home games in a season and 8 road games in a season, are you less likely to have one of your 8 road games overseas? Because then it's more like you have 9 home games and 7 road games.
Yeah, that I don't know. But look at last year's NFL overseas games. Giants-Panthers.
Gross.
Right?
Terrible.
In the one scenario we're talking about, hey, the Steelers, who are they going to bring to gussy up that game? And the answer is, in Week 10 last year, you had Giants and Panthers. Your other games overseas, you had Jags-Patriots.
Yeah.
Bears-Jags. Vikings-Jets. And Eagles-Packers. The best game of the entire international run was the first one. Week 1, Brazil. And that this time around, is the Chargers, right? The Chargers are in Brazil.
Yeah.
So you could get Chargers-Chiefs. You could get Chargers road opponents. Let me pull that up because I feel like Week 1, they are aiming for a big game, and that happens to be out of the country. But Week 6, 9:30 a.m., I don't think Pittsburgh needs to pull some crazy high-profile opponent. That could just be Steelers-Jets. And no one would blink.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Wasn't the Jets owner also the ambassador to Ireland?
That sounds right.
At some point. Maybe that was a good team to pick for that. Yeah, it's almost like it's too good. The Bills are too big of a draw to put over there.
Maybe.
I mean, really, I know Sal made this point too. Pittsburgh, I think, could be terrible this year. Mason Rudolph is currently their quarterback. But they are a brand, and they're definitely going to be one of these teams that gets a lot of primetime games that's not reflective with their expectation of their record, probably. Really, the Bills' road schedule, there's not many primetime options. And what, do we think all their primetime games are going to be at home? They'll have a road primetime game, right?
Yes.
And if you break that down, I mean, Pittsburgh's top of the list because of their brand, and then Allen, Bills at Steelers is very prime timeable. could make that a word.
If you wanted to go prime timeable for the Bills, I mean, sure, the Steelers are in the mix. So are the Texans.
Yeah.
And
for road opponents.
Road opponents.
You've got your division, but
I would bet
Steelers and Texans kind of it, from what I see.
Well, Patriots and Dolphins.
The non-division.
Division games have been prime time just on their own a couple times.
Right.
It is going to be interesting to see how many 1 o'clock home games there will be. If I set the over-under at 2.5, what would you take?
2.5?
1 o'clock home game.
Well, I feel like Ravens, Bengals, Chiefs are all going to be 4 o'clock games.
At least, yes, if not 8 o'clock.
Eagles is going to be a 4 o'clock game. So then I've got Bucks, Jets, Saints, Patriots. I mean, I might think it's only 2. Yeah, I'll go under.
You're under?
One division game and the Saints are going to be 1 o'clock games.
Like Bills, Jets, and the Saints.
Yeah.
Your 1 o'clocks.
Bills, Saints, I feel like you could lock in for 1 o'clock. Right? Am I right on that? If there's one thing we know about this schedule, it's that Bills and Saints are going to be played at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Ooh, that's a fun one. What's one thing we know about, you would bet about the schedule?
Because that would be mine. Bills, Saints will be at 1 o'clock.
The one thing I would bet about the schedule is that the Bills will play on Christmas.
That would be your number one thing. I know you think it's that would be your number one thing.
Yes. Yep. I bet they play.
I mean, there are only 6 teams that will play on Christmas.
That's right. And last year
you're saying in general. Not
last year there were 4, and they were 4 contenders. It was Ravens, Steelers, Chiefs, Texans.
But there are 6 other contenders in the NFL.
That's right.
Do you think the odds are one of them is the Bills?
Give me one more day. Give me. Would you bet them on Christmas or Thanksgiving or Black Friday? They're not avoiding all 3 of those.
I would agree with that. Yeah, okay. They're not avoiding all 3. That could be the way it's not on Christmas. Is if they're already if Amazon gets them on the Black Friday game. If Amazon still has the Black Friday game, I assume they do. Then you're probably out for Christmas. You know what I mean? Like if they were to get the Black Friday game, then I think you're probably not on Christmas.
Dan in New Jersey. Hey Dan, what's up?
Hey guys, you might have answered my question. Is the Steelers game, is that an away game for the Bills?
It is. It's Pittsburgh home game.
So if it were in Dublin, that would be one of your road games that you wouldn't have to go to like a tough environment. So
got it. Well, you were taking us down memory lane. I was just going to acknowledge. I know we're excited about the new stadium, but it's the last year at Ralph Wilson Stadium, so I had a little bit of concern about losing a home game. I'm out of state, so I only get to go to one home game a year. So it's good to hear that we won't lose, one of the home games in the final year of the stadium. Maybe just an offshoot question to chew on. Any recognition for the last game of the year? You think they'll do any sort of recognition or celebration or anything of the stadium before we say goodbye to her? Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
I don't think there's any way they could lose a home game this year. Right? I don't think there's any way they could lose a home game this year. They'd have to be international. An international home game. And I don't think that's in the cards at all. So, I think, wouldn't we already kind of know that anyway? Like, if the Bills were going to Brazil as the home team, the Charger people have already kind of said that's going to happen to them. So, yeah, I don't know. I think you'll get your home games, and they'll probably finish the season at home. Might be another thing I would bet on. Like Week 18 will be at home.
803-0550. 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Bets on the schedule. One thing to bet on the schedule.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Bills-Chiefs being at 4 o'clock is another one. Right? They haven't stuck that in a night game since the COVID year. I think the COVID year is the last time they did that. And the max on primetime games. Whatever that number is, I got to fresh up on that. But whatever the max is for primetime games, I think you would obviously expect that the Bills are going to have that. So, and not many 1 o'clock games. Does it matter the final game of the stadium being at 1 o'clock versus at home? I don't think it does, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. And then the road schedule this year doesn't look great. It's just the Miami trip. And a drive down to Pittsburgh might be the best you're looking at. But I'm excited to find it out. Next Wednesday is the release. We usually find out the day as it progresses, though, and then Monday, Tuesday are more for the leaks. So, be ready.
The leaks. Give me some leaks. And not even just leaks, but the coordinated announcements of, like, the trickle of information they like to get.
Yeah. Like, hey, we're going to announce week 1 Friday on Good Morning Football. Or Good Morning America, actually, probably.
Right.
Joe Buck will go on, and he'll tell everybody.
803-0550 and 1-888-552-550 to join us.
$700
for a car? Yeah.
$700.
Yeah.
You can get a car for $700 right now. Probably not that's 8 years old.
Oof.
Probably that's 25 years old. You don't think there's any way? Josh is shaking his head no. I bet there's a 25-year-old car out there I'm sure I can get for $700.
I mean, that's not a lot of money.
For a car,
full
no.
operational vehicle. A
Right,
set of tires.
You think $700 gets me a car that drives?
I don't think $700 gets you a set of tires right now. Never mind, look, an actual vehicle.
I mean, I just go to... What, you got one in there?
Yeah, given a quick Facebook Marketplace search, I have a 2000 Ford Taurus for $600.
There you
go. All right.
And it does not look very good.
That's an ugly car.
It looks like it doesn't move.
I don't think it's moved in 20 years.
All right. Brayton Wilson, when we return, we've got to talk about the draft lottery tonight. What is the drawing for? What is it? What's the drawing for? Who's the player? If they were to win, we could say, hooray, they're going to take insert name here. It's not a McDavid year. It's not a Matthews year. It's not even like a Jack Hughes year, I don't think.
There might be some debate on that.
All right. Brayton Wilson next on that. NFL offseason rolls on. We're 9 days away from the schedule, which is when it feels like you're not allowed to say what you think a team's record will be until you see the order of the games. I subscribe to that. What do you think for the Bills? 14-3? I don't know. I got to see what the order of the games is. 13-4?
Even though we do know the opponents and where they're being played. And...
We do, but we're going to make plans. Are we going to be watching them play Philadelphia on Christmas?
Yeah.
Here? Are we going to watch them on a Thursday night on the road? Is there a short week in getting ready for Cincinnati? All these things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're a week away from leaks, I would say. Right? 2 days before is when you first start getting the first bits of information. What's the thing we're most interested to find out? Is it the prime time? Is it the final game in the stadium? Is it the opener? Like, if I could tell you right now you can find out the one thing about the schedule, any one thing about the schedule you want, what would it be?
I'd want to know if they're playing on Christmas.
Okay.
But I think they are. I fully expect that they are.
And you want them to play on Christmas?
I don't know that I want that, no. But I just expect they are. It's a triple header.
Okay.
So Christmas Day night. Something like that.
Yeah.
Give the country a snowy snow globe game at night.
Right. Right, it's going to be Buffalo, Green Bay. They're going to pick what are the most likely snow globe destination cities.
Yep.
Pittsburgh, or they already did Pittsburgh, maybe Cleveland or something will get thrown in the mix there for a home game.
Bills Steelers could be a game. Whatever. We'll see in 9 days the schedule, and then we'll have an idea. Although
that one would be in Pittsburgh.
That's right. This time next week, we might have a couple answers. Like Pittsburgh's playing in Ireland.
Right.
We don't know who the team that's going to play in Ireland against Pittsburgh is. That could be the Bills. So maybe an international trip is on the way. Schedule comes out in 9 days.
Yeah. Yep.
How much of
Best
the last year at
opener.
Highmark? How much of that matters to you? The last year at Highmark.
It does. It does. I mean, it hasn't hit right now, and I don't know how emotional or unemotional I expect to be when it's the last game in the stadium, the last regular season game specifically, because we won't know if it's the final playoff game. We could know it's the final playoff game, I guess, in some instances. I don't know. It's for me how many we're getting more and more amazing moments now. But so it's not as nostalgic, I guess, because they all kind of feel top of mind. All the greatest moments that I can think of experiencing in that stadium. Because for me, I'm growing up during the drought. So, how nostalgic can you get about what? Leotis McKelvin kick return touchdowns and, games where they won 13-10 to go to 5-6. But for someone that lived through the 90s, I bet it'll be and even back to the 70s with OJ, I'm sure this will be a very emotional send-off.
Part of what you're getting at there also might be, nostalgia is a thing that a team leans into when there's not something better to pay attention to.
Right.
And
which is why the Sabres are basking in it for the last couple of years.
Right. Whereas, if the Bills are throwing nostalgia out there this year for the final year of the stadium, that's all well and good and welcome, but the present day is about as good as it gets.
Right.
I'm watching the present day Bills and thinking, yeah, the old times. We had a lot of fun here. Are they going to beat the Eagles? Because they're home against the Eagles this year.
Right.
And they're home against the Bengals this year, and the Ravens and the Chiefs.
Right, the final the final regular season game at the stadium. What if it's for the 1 seed? What would it be more about? It might be more about the send-off of the stadium, but we'll go into that week thinking this is the game for the 1 seed. You win and you clinch it. You finally get it over Kansas City. And it's also the final game at the stadium.
It is Cinco de Mayo. Hey, go to the getmyperks.com for the WGR VIP golf card. 8 great experiences, discounts, items, Encore golf balls, Destroyer Park Golf, 18 holes there, Bobolinks, Shamrock Hills, Atticus 10th hole, Diamond Hawk, box of Vero X1 golf balls, $25 off Rick Zurek Golf Warehouse, all yours, and an hour at Golf Dojo, all in one package.
Yep.
GetMyPerks.com.
And all proceeds go to the PGA Hope Foundation. So, yeah, again, getmyperks.com for that. It's a good deal.
Yes. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550. Brayton Wilson dialed up. Hey, Brayton, what's up?
Hey, guys. Long time no chat. How you doing?
That's right. It's been a long time. We usually talk to you about NHL lottery time, and we are often in the lottery. So that's how this goes. Yeah. Sabres have a 13% chance picking in the top 2. So if anybody tunes in tonight and watches the names go and they say, like, oh, we won, who is it that these teams are hoping to ultimately win tonight?
Well, I think it really ultimately depends on the team need with that first overall pick, whoever wins. There's 2 players, at least in my opinion, that are the top of the group, and it's one defenseman and one forward. The defenseman is Matthew Schaefer from the Erie Otters. 6'2", 183. He played really well with Canada at the World Juniors before suffering a season-ending collarbone injury. I mean, he's a guy that just moves up the ice real well, gets into open space from the blue line. It's just really responsible at both ends of the ice, but has definitely that more offensive upside. And before he went out, he had 22 points in 17 games for the Otters. But again, it was just unfortunate that he suffered that injury at the World Juniors for Canada and then just had to miss the rest of the season. The other guy played also in the OHL, Michael Misa, who played for the Saginaw Spirit. And this guy, he was an exceptional player at the age of 15, granted exceptional status to play with Saginaw. And this year just exploded. I think there were some questions in terms of what kind of upside he can have in his draft year, if there's another ceiling he can get to. And I think he far exceeded those expectations. 134 points, 65 games played for Michael Misa. He's just a guy that's really blossomed into the best forward prospect of this group. Generates really good speed, is a really elusive player, great afterburner speed to generate zone and speed and getting into scoring chances, and he's got a really good shot as well. So those are really the two players, at least in my mind, that have the chance to go number one. I think it just depends on whoever wins that pick and what their needs are for their spot.
So then obviously thinking about the Sabres for that, if they were to pick first or second, Misa feels like the better fit. I mean, not to say Schaefer couldn't work here if that was the pick, but they do have a plethora of left shot defensemen already.
Yeah. I mean, they drafted Rasmus Dahlin first overall 2018, Owen Power first overall 2021. They have Bowen Byram, who was the fourth overall pick in 2019. Matthew Schaefer would be a nice addition to the group, but I mean, if you were to go out and go pick Matthew Schaefer, you probably have got to move one of those guys unless you feel confident that you can move a Rasmus Dahlin or an Owen Power, even a Bowen Byram to the right side. Dahlin's probably the best player to be able to do that because he's done it on a regular basis, whereas Power and Byram have struggled from time to time when they play on their offside on the blue line. So if the Sabres are to make that move to draft another defenseman with the first overall pick, if they win the draft lottery, they'd likely have to move off of either Owen Power or Bowen Byram. But Michael Misa makes the most sense. He's a guy that I think maybe if he doesn't get in the lineup for the first year in Buffalo, which he has the potential to do so, win a roster spot right off the bat, he could play another year in the OHL. And then right after that, he's already got that status of playing for 4 full seasons in the OHL. So even if he plays next year over in the Ontario Hockey League, he can then make the jump to the AHL without having to worry about age restrictions or anything like that.
All right. We just came off of the NFL draft, Brayton, where you talk about the class, and in hockey it's, fewer positions. Is it if we're looking at the top 10, the Sabres are most likely to pick 7, 8 in that neighborhood. If we're looking at that, is it a defense-heavy draft or an offense-heavy draft? Or sorry,
it's forward
center.
Yeah, it's more so a forward-heavy draft. This year's draft class kind of reminds me a little bit of 2014, and the only reason that it kind of sparks that in my head is because I recently did a mock redraft of the 2014 draft. And going into the 2014 draft, it was Aaron Ekblad is seen as the top defenseman. He was seen more so as the generational type, but certainly as he's played in the NHL, he's been really solid two-way, one of the better two-way guys, but nothing that I think they were padding him out to be as being this really top-tier, number one type defenseman overall in the NHL. Matthew Schaefer certainly has a little more offensive upside than Aaron Ekblad, but not really anything more so like that solid two-way guy. Other than that, though, the other three that were right behind him was Sam Reinhart to the Sabres, Leon Draisaitl to the Oilers, and Sam Bennett to the Calgary Flames. And this draft is very similar for me, at least in that retrospect. Michael Misa is your best forward prospect. Then after that, you got James Hagens, who played Boston College, an American-born guy, really talented playmaker, sees the ice incredibly well, a guy that could easily be a top 3, top 4 pick. And then Porter Martone is sort of like that Sam Bennett type of player where he's just a really good power winger. I think he's got a little more offensive upside, but he's also got size as well. And then after that, I mean, once you get to top 4, it drops off to another tier, but there's still a good group of forwards in that next tier that could fit the Sabres quite well.
Thanks, Brighton.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
I'm going to make a case to watch this lottery tonight because they're doing the thing they should have done 10 years ago. They're not drawing it in a room and then coming out and revealing it.
They're doing it in front of everybody?
They're drawing it live.
Like the lottery balls?
And
did they not stop doing that the last couple of years after there was that thing with the Rangers where the ball kind of came out and went back? There was some controversy with the Rangers a couple years ago.
But here's what they're doing. That Ranger thing was some different drawing. No, sorry. The Ranger thing, maybe I don't even know what you're talking about. Let me just get to what you're doing.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the draft lottery, this is at the NHL's website. The lottery will be conducted in 2 phases. The first to determine the first overall pick, the second overall pick. In each phase, 14 balls numbered 1 to 14 are placed into a lottery machine with 4 drawn. The resulting 4-digit series is matched against a lookup table that lists 1,000 possible combinations to determine which team is assigned the winning combination. As each ball is drawn, odds change and teams are eliminated. The viewing audience will learn who is still in the running in real time. So this means ball 1, 7. These 5 teams are out. These 7 teams have their odds go up. 14. These 3 teams are out. These teams had their odds go up. When we did the McDavid-Eichel lottery way back when, there was one website that you could draw a ball at a time.
Yeah.
And the live odds will move with each number coming out.
Okay.
That's what they're doing live.
Okay.
We will watch it like it has a story arc.
Yeah.
Sabres are 6.5% to win. First number up is a 3. Now you're 17% chance to get the number 1 pick. What? Now it's a 7 that came up.
I like this a lot.
52% chance to win the number 1 pick. You could see a team get up to like 80% and then lose and drop all the way back down to 10?
Yeah.
The viewing audience learns in real time. There's a limit on the total number of selections a team participating can move up, so that's in there as well. But they are actually doing the thing they should have always done.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's cool. I like that a lot.
Yes.
And it's going to go slow enough so that to react in real time to it. I guess it will, right? This happened... Well, wasn't this the McDavid lottery? Going into the final ball, there were only 3 teams still left.
But behind closed doors.
Right, but we didn't know that until
Nobody
after.
saw that live. They didn't update that live.
Right. So we didn't know the Sabres were... You had 20% chance to win the lottery. I'll have to find the number. It was 20% going into the lottery. Wasn't it up to 60-something? It went up.
I have no idea.
I have to go back and find it, but it was higher. I know it was higher. But I'll have to go back and find it. I did find what this Rangers controversy was, and it really wasn't much of one, but it was that the guy, when they did the lottery balls, he accidentally dropped the Ranger ball before he was supposed to, and then he picked it back up so they could show everybody the logo, and then he put it in.
Right.
So.
What a controversy. The oils from his fingers were on the ball.
They wanted another star in New York.
Live ball by ball with live updating probabilities.
Does it say if they're doing it right at 7?
It says...
I mean, the game is until 8. So actually, wait, there's no way they're doing that.
It says
the game is not till 8 o'clock. They're going to start at 7, the show, and then I bet they're not starting the lottery until at least 7:30. They've got an hour of content to fill before Panthers and Leafs.
The other thing they're going to do, so the Sabres have 65 combinations that get them the number 1 pick.
65?
65, right.
Okay.
Boy, I want to see I want a simulator here. To see a recording of the drawings from the 2024 under the same format, click here, complete rules. Yeah, this is the good stuff.
Yeah.
If they can do this, they can give us the 3-2-1 point system. That's all I'm saying. This is an obvious improvement. This is, of course, better. Live drawing. For years, we were told it had to be done in a private room with the GMs, and they all sit there already knowing the results.
Mm-hmm.
Man, what an improvement. I did not wake up this morning thinking I was going to be saying, good job, NHL, but here we are. Live lottery with all the balls coming out, live in studio.
Cool.
All right.
All right, I'm getting excited now.
Yes.
Even though there isn't a generational prospect. But as Brayton just said there's 2 guys at the top that he thinks are at the top. So that's what you need. One of those top 2 picks tonight.
Yeah, what they used to do is just get the 4 number code and then look in the book and be like, Chicago.
Yeah. Yeah, those dang numbers the Oilers got 10 years ago. I knew the numbers for a minute.
Because we joked about if they won the lottery, you could retire the numbers.
Yeah.
And put them in the rafters.
Yeah.
Edmonton should.
Get them tattooed on you, the sequence of numbers.
Speaking of which, when does Edmonton Vegas begin?
Tomorrow, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, McDavid versus Eichel.
You've got Florida, Toronto tonight.
Yeah, that's going to be good. I like a lot of the series that we're getting.
8 o'clock from Toronto.
Yeah.
Extendo Sports on the way. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. But I put up a Twitter poll today if you want to get a Bills conversation going, which, we're always open for that. Throwing a grade on the offseason. How would you rate their results, filling needs, adding talent, etc.? And, a poll like this does not allow me the opportunity to throw in all of the pluses and minuses like A-, B+, C+, B-. So I just have an A, B, C, and F, which, I guess I could have put D up there instead of F, but whatever. It's Twitter poll.
Right.
I like to say it's not congressional testimony, it's a Twitter poll. So ABCF, what do you want? And as you might expect, F's not getting a lot. And C's not getting a lot. It's between A and B is the very firm 64% of those voting say Bills get a B on the offseason. And maybe those people want to put a B+ on that, or maybe the A's are an A+, but B is winning the Twitter poll, which is not surprising to me at all. Right? They went out and they overhauled their front four. They filled some big holes. And the thing that probably keeps it from being an A.
Yeah, that's my curiosity. Why are people not answering?
I'll give you an answer to this. And I'm going to steal something from the draft. And that's this. You know how in the draft we hear every year there's only 13 first-round picks, even though there are 32?
Yeah.
I kind of want to borrow that idea or borrow that concept and say, I don't know what team in the NFL does get an A+ this offseason. Because forget the draft for a moment. The draft is, some teams made some big moves like Travis Hunter to Jacksonville. Who was the biggest player that moved this offseason? Was it Metcalf?
Metcalf.
That it?
But you're not going to give Pittsburgh an A because they don't have
a quarterback. So I almost want to say, I'm not sure if I want to give any team an A on the offseason. Mm-hmm. Nobody traded for Myles Garrett. Nobody traded for Max Crosby. Who's the biggest name that moved? Was it Milton Williams, Josh Sweat? Free agency was plundering the Eagles a little bit. The Bills went out and got their middle-tier signings at positions that made sense. Mm-hmm. It's almost to say, I'm not saying a B is an insult, but maybe the people that are voting B, which is kind of where I land. I landed about a B+. It's a nice offseason. NFL offseason rolls on. We're 9 days away from the schedule, which is when it feels like you're not allowed to say what you think a team's record will be until you see the order of the games. I subscribe to that. What do you think for the Bills? 14-3? I don't know. I got to see what the order of the games is. 13-4?
Even though we do know the opponents and where they're being played. And
we do, but we're going to make plans. Are we going to be watching them play Philadelphia on Christmas?
Yeah.
Here? Are we going to watch them on a Thursday night on the road? Is there a short week in getting ready for Cincinnati? All these things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're a week away from leaks, I would say. Right? 2 days before is when you first start getting the first bits of information. What's the thing we're most interested to find out? Is it the prime time? Is it the final game in the stadium? Is it the opener? Like, if I could tell you right now you can find out the one thing about the schedule, any one thing about the schedule you want, what would it be?
I'd want to know if they're playing on Christmas.
Okay.
Which I think they are. I fully expect that they are.
And you want them to play on Christmas?
I don't know that I want that, no. But I just expect they are. It's a triple header.
Okay.
So Christmas Day night. Something like that.
Yeah.
Give the country a snowy snow globe game at night.
Right. Right, it's going to be Buffalo, Green Bay. They're going to pick what are the most likely snow globe destination cities.
Yep.
Pittsburgh, or they already did Pittsburgh, maybe Cleveland or something will get thrown in the mix there for a home game.
Bills Steelers could be a game. Whatever. We'll see in 9 days the schedule, and then we'll have an idea. Although
that one would be in Pittsburgh.
That's right. This time next week, we might have a couple answers. Like Pittsburgh's playing in Ireland.
Right.
We don't know who the team that's going to play in Ireland against Pittsburgh is. That could be the Bills. So maybe an international trip is on the way.
Hey, we're going to be playing golf on May 19th, and you can join us. Par for a Purpose at Double Black Diamond Golf Course in Ellicottville. Get your foursome. Majority of the proceeds will benefit the 11-day power play. Registration includes lunch, dinner, 2 drink tickets, green fees, cart, prizes. Visit WGR550.com/events to register now, courtesy of Ellicottville Chamber of Commerce and Labatt.
We'll be playing in that.
Yes, I love that course.
It's fun.
It's very challenging.
You, me, Sal, and Nate. Is that what we got?
Yes, I believe so.
Right.
Yep.
Go win a golf tournament. Come compete against us. That's the plan.
Come lose against us.
Yeah.
Jeremy shot a 73 yesterday.
At the Sim. Yes. True story. It was a short course.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, it was fun. I used Owen's driver the entire time. So my score might not be verified. You have to show up with your own clubs.
I don't know. You used it the whole time. You had one club. You didn't swap back and forth.
It's true. Yep.
I call it good.
Good by me. It's a nice driver. He got a new driver, 2 weeks ago? Have I hit it as much as you?
Probably just about the same.
It's close.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying it.
It's awesome.
It more than any club I've ever hit. It is, you can feel it. You hit it poorly, and the club turns around and shakes your hand and says, sorry about that. Let me throw this in the middle of the fairway for you. I believe they call that forgiveness.
Yeah, there were
The club Venmos you $20 if you miss the fairway. Hold on, sorry about that. Here you go.
There were 3 shots for both of us yesterday that we both were that's the worst drive I've ever hit. And it was 240 in the fairway. And we're like, what?
Yep.
How?
Yep. It was a good time. What else? Today, Florida-Toronto, Game 1 in that series in Toronto. Man, the NHL playoffs. You miss it so much you don't even know how, it's...
Yeah.
It's hard to understand how much you miss it because you just miss it. And it's, what? Mike Tirico missed the Derby because of a nut allergy.
Oh.
Yes.
A nut allergy.
He tweeted a little bit about it, I ate something that had a nut in it. I had a nut allergy, causing your throat and nose and all that stuff to clog up, affects your breathing, so I wasn't feeling well, couldn't go on with the show. So Mike Tirico had to leave the Derby because of a nut allergy.
Gotcha. Who does the call of the Derby? I love that guy that does the call of the Derby.
Larry something.
Yeah, we got to get him on some other sports. Although he's definitely
Larry
Kalmus,
Derby. Voice of the Derby.
Yep.
Yeah, he's been there for a long time.
It was extremely muddy at that course.
Yeah.
Or track. I was wrong, by the way, on how much the Sabres odds were going into that final 4th lottery ball for the McDavid lottery.
Were they cooked by then?
They were up, but not by much. They were at 27%. The Leafs had actually jumped up to 36%. They had the best odds going into the final lottery ball. It went Toronto, Buffalo, Edmonton, Carolina, Columbus were still alive going into that last ball.
If the Leafs had gotten McDavid, they would not have gotten Matthews because, they got Matthews the following year.
Right.
And McDavid would have just been on the team.
And they would have been on the Leafs.
And they would not have tanked like they did.
Remember Bulldog wanted him in Toronto. If the Sabres couldn't have him, he wanted him in Toronto because of the rivalry. Which, of course, now we just wouldn't have Eichel and they would still have McDavid.
I can't ever forgive him for that.
I mean, it's not Matthews isn't incredible, but he's not as good as McDavid.
He's pretty incredible.
Close.
Matthews, he had a down year this year. Was he hurt?
Down
year for him.
All year.
I mean, he had...
It was a down year.
He had 33 goals.
Yeah, but he's used to he scored 69 last year.
That's what I mean.
That's crazy. That drop off.
That's what I mean though. That's a terrible year for him.
Exactly.
His goal production was less than half the year before.
Was he more responsible defensively?
He might have been. I don't know.
He was already really good at that.
He missed 15 games.
Yeah,
okay, he didn't miss 40.
He flew to Germany for his back thing.
Ovechkin missed 15 games, and he still scored 1,000 goals.
There we go.
True.
I'm not blasting Matt. Matthews is an amazing player.
Have some stat of the day fodder for you. Do you like which one? At one point before the Derby, it was tweeted out that every single horse in the field is a direct descendant of Secretariat.
That's got to be a stat of the year.
Is that your stat of the day? Stat of the year?
Stat of the year.
You like that one?
Every horse in the Derby was was a descendant of Secretariat.
Everyone. Do you like that, or do you like Peter DeBoer is now 9-0 in Game 7s?
Wow.
Yep.
I mean, he was very close to 8-1.
He was
9-0
in Game 7. Yep.
That's ridiculous. And for 3 different teams, right? 4 different teams, maybe.
The Avalanche are the first team in history to lose consecutive Game 7s. It must be like 2 years in a row.
Wow. Since winning the Cup?
Oh, I'm sorry. No. The Colorado Avalanche are the first team in baseball, all the major sports. Not 2. They've lost 7 consecutive Game 7s.
Wow.
Yeah. McKinnon not a winner. That's what they're saying. Of course not. They've lost 7 straight Game 7s, the Avalanche.
Yikes.
That gives you an idea how much closer they are to maybe like another cup or 2.
Yeah.
That's 7 eliminations.
I mean, they have 2 of the best 3 players in the sport, arguably. They should probably have more, but they're fine.
All right. That's it for us. Scotty Scheffler lapped the field of the Byron Nelson, and we're back tomorrow. Northtown Automotive Show, Extra Point Show is coming up. Sal on the way, and we're back tomorrow on WGR.
You're listening to the Northtown Automotive